Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to the Hauk Auditorium. The program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. We are ready to begin.
Welcome back. If we could take our seats, please, friends, colleagues. All right, welcome back to the second day of our excellent program. I'm Eric Wakin. I had a few housekeeping notes, and then I'm going to introduce our next superb speaker. As with yesterday, if you could just take a moment to silence your phones, that would be fantastic. I also am asked to mention that in order to facilitate the conversation, especially during the Q&As, there's no recording of the conversations or presentations here. Also was asked to say that the Lou Henry Hoover observation deck at the top of the tower is open for retreat attendees. If you want to go up from 10 to 4, take a break and go up to the top. It's an amazing view. And in the lobby, the Library and Archives has its newest exhibit, Dynamic Designs, which highlights the poster collections of the archives and some of those that appeared on Hoover Digest. So all in the tower. If you've never been inside the tower, for those of you who are new to Hoover, it's worth just taking a moment to go in there. It's an incredible building. Now, it's my great pleasure to introduce my friend and fellow at the Hoover Institution, Jennifer Burns, who is both a fellow at the Hoover Institution as well as a professor in the history department. Her superb previous book was a scholarly yet readable intellectual history and biography of Ayn Rand. It's called Goddess of the Market, Ayn Rand and the American Right. It's really readable and amazing book. The reviewer comments I think you should be aware of. Thoroughly engaging and eminently readable, which to take a historical figure who's important intellectual and make it accessible to people yet scholarly is Jennifer's expertise. She has just completed an intellectual biography of former Hoover Fellow and Nobel Prize recipient Milton Friedman, making deep use, I'm pleased to say, of the Hoover Archives where the Milton Friedman collection exists. Today, Jennifer's going to be speaking about this new book, which is titled Milton Friedman, The Last Conservative. It's not officially published until next month, but I do want to say that if you look at the reviewers, they're extraordinary. I'm just going to read one. Don't blush. To call this book merely a biography of Milton Friedman is a disservice. It would be difficult to imagine a more comprehensive portrait of the influences, hard economics, and personal struggles and triumphs that shaped his life. Burns is even-handed and unafraid to critique, sharp and illuminating a masterful profile of a most consequential American. Please give a warm welcome to Professor Jennifer Burns.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thanks, Eric, for that generous introduction. I now have to top my own introduction in the talk, but I'll do my best. So it's a great honor to be here and to speak with you all. As Eric mentioned, I'm a history professor at Stanford, and the Hoover Library and Archives are an absolute goldmine for me. So I regularly bring my students over to view the collections, to design their own research projects. I'm the wonderful beneficiary of the fact when scholars from around the world come to use the collections, they email me, so I get a kind of my pulse on the beat of new scholarship. And I really use these collections, as Eric said, for my first book, Goddess of the Market, Ayn Rand and the American Right. And they've been absolutely indispensable to the book I've just completed, Milton Friedman, The Last Conservative. So what I thought I would do today is kind of talk about how one goes from an archival collection to a book. And when I wrote this book, I used there's over 200 boxes of historical material on Friedman. Just, I don't know where they are, Eric, if it's down in the basement, it's around here somewhere. And so I used them to describe the whole arc of his life, from a Boy Scout in Rahway, New Jersey. Is Friedman there on the left? It's a little bit of a blurry photo. To his emergence as a famous economist, cited in Time magazine for his ability to foresee what might be happening in the economy. So I will talk today about how does an archive turn into a biography, and I want to illuminate some of the things I found in the archive that help me understand Friedman and his milieu and make the book both a story of Friedman and the larger times in which he lived. So first of all, who is Milton Friedman? Well, at the end of his career, he was a Hoover Fellow, and he actually really helped catapult Hoover to prominence. You probably know him as a Nobel Prize-winning economist. You might also know him for his famous attack on the Phillips curve. If you're an economist, you might know about his theory of permanent income. Let's see, you might think of the famous dictum, inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomena. So there's a lot of things you might know him about. You might know him as the great champion of capitalism and the author of Capitalism and Freedom, the star of the TV series Free to Choose. Or you might know him as a policy innovator. So what's really interesting about Friedman is the number of ideas he had that seemed absolutely wild at the time that actually turned out to be features of our contemporary world. So I'll just list a few. The fact that income taxes are withheld from your paycheck. Of armed services that relies heavily on paid volunteers instead of a draft. International exchange rates that aren't set by governments but float one against each other. The earned income tax credit. Let's see, school vouchers, state-provided school vouchers to fund public education. Increased competition in mail and package delivery. I could go on, and there's probably others I've missed. The idea of legalizing drugs. Some of these are still unfolding. Some of them have become sort of features of our world. So, all of these and more are the achievements of Milton Friedman. You probably have a few others in mind. I'm guessing you may not have known until today that he was also a Boy Scout. So this is one of the challenges of biography. How do I bring to life this monumental intellect? How do I put some human flesh on the bones of these achievements that seem so towering and that seem so hard to understand how one person did them? So this is where the archive comes in, because it enables me to connect the personal and the intellectual and to kind of give you the backstory of how these things happen and try to get a little deeper into that question of who is Milton Friedman? What is he like as a person? Okay, so I want to highlight a few episodes I discovered in the archive and use these to underscore his continued importance in the world today. Specifically, I want to talk about three themes. I want to talk about Friedman as a classical liberal. I want to talk about how he developed a new method of policy design that was compatible with classical liberal principles that underlies a lot of these innovations I talked about. I also want to talk about him as a founder of monetarism, a sort of new school of economic thought. And then finally, I want to touch on his role as lifelong #1 critic of the Federal Reserve and his analysis of the Federal Reserve and inflation, which is even more relevant today than in his own time, I would say. Okay, so let me just start with some basics about where he was born and where he grew up. That Boy Scout picture came from his childhood in Rahway, New Jersey. And this is interesting about Friedman. So his family was among the many waves of Jewish immigrants that came from Eastern Europe in the late 19th century and early 20th century. The vast majority of these immigrants stayed in cities, Chicago, New York. Only a small percentage of them went out to small towns like Rahway. So Friedman had this sort of prototypical American boyhood that was very unusual for an immigrant family. So it's a pretty conventional childhood, except for the fact that his father died suddenly when he was in his senior year in high school. Nonetheless, he had by then accumulated an incredible record as a student. He went on to Rutgers University in nearby New Jersey, and then to the University of Chicago. Now, he arrived at the University of Chicago really at the worst stage of the Great Depression in 1932. And in part, this crisis, economic crisis, had propelled him to choose economics as a field. He had considered being an actuary, going into insurance, and economics seemed maybe more important at that moment. So he gets to Chicago in 1932, but it's not just an economic crisis, it's a political crisis. Communism, fascism are on the rise across the globe. There's a real sense, particularly keen among some of the teachers he admired the most, that the classical liberal principles they held dear, so limited government, individual initiative, relatively unregulated markets, that these were fading from the scene, that they were losing their legitimacy and that they were losing their democratic purchase. So people really weren't buying what classical liberals were selling. So his professors were very concerned to figure out how this tradition could be reshaped or modified or made to fit the current circumstances. There was a great rethinking going on, and Friedman kind of landed right in the middle of that rethinking. So he became part of this set of questions of values, of how one should respond to the Great Depression. And it was really interesting for me, and I talk about this in some degree in the book, that his professors at the University of Chicago were deeply concerned about the crisis of the Depression. They were sending policy memos up into the Roosevelt administration. They had a set of plans. They mostly wanted banking reform, but they very strongly felt they needed to offer, the federal government needed to offer basic relief spending and relief programs. So they were not strict laissez-faire, and this was part of this rethinking. In the face of such a big crisis, what is permissible for the government to do? And many of their answers said, we definitely need to do something in order to get through this moment in time. So Friedman lands at this moment. He's imbibing all this. He's thinking about all this. And we know this because of the archive, right? So we know these questions are important to young Friedman because I know the books he was reading. I can see his reading list, his syllabi. I can see the notes he's taking. I can see the books he edited about his professors. And so I know that these questions, which are really perennial, were the sort of first set of questions he encountered in his career. How do we balance sort of freedom and we might say equality? How do we balance markets and the need for a safety net? How do we create a dynamic capitalist system that works for everyone? These are the sort of perennial questions he started with, and I would say he carries throughout the whole of his career. And in the 1930s, they seemed life or death, because if they didn't come up with good answers, the sort of capitalist system as it was known, the democratic system as it was known, was facing a very powerful challenge from both the left and the right. So the task was sort of to revitalize the center, revitalize existing traditions, and figure out how they could be made to be sustainable. So let's see, let me go back a little to the story of his life. He went from Chicago to Columbia. He ended up getting his degree from Columbia, and he ended up getting his first job working for the federal government in 1935. Here's a picture of he and his wife, Rose. And you can see, like many couples, they went to Washington in the spring and were photographed in front of the cherry blossoms. So we know this tradition goes back at least to 1935. And his first job was working as an associate economist for the National Research Council, part of the Department of Labor. So he was actually working for the New Deal, for one of these large government programs that had started up, and he worked specifically on the study of consumer purchases. This is a huge survey of nearly 1 million families to figure out what they were buying, what they were selling, and to use that to design relief programs. And so this was really the first moment of big data, the first attempt to kind of gather information about the economy as a whole, to kind of measure macro data, right? We don't really have macroeconomics until this moment in time. So this is the first moment of gathering this type of data, and Friedman is kind of a foot soldier, and his specific expertise is statistics, figuring out how to take this massive information and quickly read out the most important parts and know when you have enough data to make some conclusions. So he's kind of toiling away in this low-level position. He's definitely not designed to make any sort of impact, but it's relevant to him. So let's fast forward 4 years later. He's living in New York. He's working for the National Bureau of Economic Research. And as I was going through his papers, I was really surprised to find this document. It's an unpublished manuscript from 1939, and this is Milton Friedman's first policy paper. And you can see the title of it is A Plan for Guaranteeing a Minimum Income to All. So this is Friedman in the middle of the Great Depression thinking about what do we do to address the problem of poverty. And this idea, I was further astonished to find out, came from a meeting he had with Gunnar Myrdal. Gunnar Myrdal is a Swedish socialist. He's famous for his book, An American Dilemma, an analysis of race relations in the United States. He's also famous for having been co-awarded the Nobel Prize with F.A. Hayek. in one of these sort of like, we don't want to offend anybody, so let's give a prize to like 2 people who are completely different, right? And both of them were very upset by this. Rather just give me the prize or don't give whatever. So anyhow, so these are ideological opposites, and somehow they come together. We don't know exactly how, but we see from this correspondence that they met. Most likely it was economists at Columbia spending time together. And in response, Friedman writes this paper and sends it to Gunnar Myrdal. I think this is a good plan, and Myrdal writes back, and it kind of goes back and forth, and it sort of fizzles out. But it gives us a window into Friedman's thinking. So I don't know how great the reproduction is depending on where you're sitting, but let me just highlight a few things that come out of it, and because it gives us an understanding of how Friedman, from the very beginning, approached policy and social problems. So we kind of see he has this very highly educated, elusive style. The poor are always with us. So what are we going to do about it? And very quickly, he becomes empirical. And he says that previous criteria have been vague, qualitative, and subjective. That is, criteria to decide who's poor and what should be done. And then he says we can have new criteria that are based on, quote, the development of the science of nutrition. And I sort of love this because this is the 30s, and like nutrition, the science of nutrition is the new thing. And it's like cutting edge, right? And Friedman goes on to argue that because we have information on nutrition, we can decide here's how much nutrition a person needs, and then we can decide here's how much they would need to consume to get that nutrition, here's how much that would cost, boom, that's our minimum income. That's what we need to be making sure that basically people can feed themselves and can meet their basic nutritional needs. And it'll be fact-based, empirical, it won't be sort of a guess, and it's based on all that data he had been analyzing 5 years before. He says, for the first time, we have the data, we have the new science, let's put them together and create a kind of more empirically grounded proposal. Now, there were a couple other things here. Friedman found this as a way to reconcile individual choice and liberty with the desire for a social safety net. So it tracks back to that earlier question, how can classical liberal principles survive in a world of depressions and challenges from both the far left and the far right? And his resolution was that if you can give people a basic minimum, they can use this to be part of the price system, they can make individual choices, and you don't need to create a large program, you don't need to tell them what to do, you don't need to create any sort of permanent bureaucracy. Nonetheless, you are assuring yourself that as the vagaries of market competition go up and down, nobody's going to starve. So this was his resolution of this sort of tension. Now, what happened to the proposal? The dialogue between him and Myrdal kind of petered out. It resurfaces, though, in Capitalism and Freedom. And now, because Friedman had spent then several years working for the US Treasury Department, it's turned into a tax rebate. Now he says, we have this mass tax system. We can give people a rebate on their taxes. That will be the same thing as a minimum income. And then in a story I talk about in my book, it kind of goes away, then it comes back in the Nixon administration. It's a family assistance plan. There's sort of twists and turns, and eventually it turns into the EITC. Here's a California ad for it. The EITC, the Earned Income Tax Credit, is still with us today. It's proven very popular, interestingly, for its roots on both the left and the right. Ronald Reagan called it the best anti-poverty fighting program to come out of Congress. And economists who have studied it generally judge it very highly on it meeting its goals and being efficient. Now, also, the basic logic of the EITC, it might seem familiar to you, right? This sort of underlies proposals today. It underlies the child tax credit. It underlies the idea of relief for coronavirus. So this basic model of, in a time of crisis or more generally, instead of creating a sort of eligibility criteria and specific programs targeting specific needs, let's just push out money to where it's needed to create the ability for people to participate in market systems on their own terms and preserve that sense of choice. So this is this kind of basic architecture of Friedman's mind. And I talk about in the book how that broad array of the 5 policy proposals, from floating exchange rates to school vouchers, they're all really connected by the same logic. And we know from the archive that they come out of that 30s moment of how do we, that sort of world historical crisis of liberalism, how do we support liberalism in a world where it's under attack from both left and right? And I think that's, we could think of that as a moment that has some echoes to our own time as well. Okay, so I want to talk now about going just back to the Great Depression. So I've really situated Friedman's thinking and his concerns within the Great Depression, and primarily the first set of responses as he was living through it was how do we alleviate or ameliorate the Great Depression. But as time went on, he shifted his perspective and his focus more to how do we understand this? Why did this happen? What was the Depression? And so when he was in the University of Chicago, there was an interpretation of it. Chicago economists tended to see the Great Depression as a monetary crisis, as a crisis emanating from the banking system. Hence their first set of proposals that was really aimed at banking reform, many of which were instituted in the 1935 Banking Act. So that was kind of the set of ideas that Friedman grew up with. Later, opinion shifted to think of this as a broader crisis, maybe of demand, aggregate demand, although they weren't using that term at the time, and more to think of it as a crisis of capitalism as sorts. So we had entered a different stage in capitalist economies. Maybe it was technological slowdown, the closing of the frontier, and that you really needed government support of the economy in general to keep it running well, and the Great Depression sort of showed what happened if you didn't do that. So that was the dominant interpretation in the field of economics, but Friedman never really bought into it. And I know that, again, from the archive. You may hear this narrative that Friedman was a New Dealer, and suddenly he had a road to Damascus moment and turned into someone who believed in free markets and limited government. It's just not true. The reason I know that is because I can see what he was teaching in his classrooms in 1940 because I have the lecture notes. I have his outlines, and then I have notes that his students wrote, and I can see a very strong suspicion of the early stages of Keynesian economics and a very strong suspicion of the later stage New Deal programs, the ones that were not financial in nature but were bigger interventions. So I know that he didn't really have a broad change of perspective, but he really just had a hunch. He didn't have the evidence, and he didn't have the really strong argument to make. So what happened when he eventually got a faculty position at the University of Chicago is he decided to try to figure that out. He decided to test the theory that there was the Depression at itself was a monetary crisis, and that further, the role of money in the economy was fundamental and needed to be better understood by economists. So he launched what turned out to be a 12-year research project with one of the more brilliant women in 20th century economists, Anna Jacobsen Schwartz. She was a researcher at the National Bureau of Economic Research, and the two of them joined together in this project. Friedman continued as a faculty member. Schwartz was in New York City, and she did a lot of the data and the research. And she came into this project as an expert on British monetary history and the British economic system. She co-authored a 3-volume history of the British economy. So A Monetary History, the book that came out, is deeply historical in large part because of her orientation was more historical. So what did they do? They began to actually measure the amount of money in the economy. So this is from the archive. There's folders and folders of this stuff. And the great thing was, because Friedman was in Chicago and Schwartz was in New York, they had to write each other letters. It was too expensive to do phone calls. So I've got, you can reconstruct kind of every stage of the project based on their letters. So it's voluminous, but it's really helpful. So again, might be difficult to see, but at the top line, you can see the words Volt Cash. And then you can see there's member banks, different headings, different types of banks. And you can see that Schwartz is literally adding up how much money is in the banking system. And as they did this, they had to figure out, like, well, what do you do if some banks report in the middle of the month and some banks report in the end of the month? What do you do about, like, postal savings deposits? What do you do about this type of bank, that type of? There are all these sort of questions in the data, and then you had to put it together and sort of see the patterns that come out. So when you see this type of thing, you know why it took 12 years. And I also want to say that we have data like this at our fingertips today. The archive really helps you see. This had to be like chiseled out of the bank records, and then it had to be written down, and then it had to be put together. So eventually this comes together as the 1963 book, A Monetary History of the United States, and those charts on bank vault cash end up summarized in charts like this. This is some of the most famous finding really from this book, that the stock of money in the United States drops by 30% in the early years of the Great Depression. And so all of those columns of numbers add up to this graph, add up to the argument that what really made the Great Depression so bad was a 30% reduction in the amount of money in the economy. And that secondly, the institution which could have prevented this enormous drop in the money supply, the Federal Reserve, did not act aggressively, appropriately, or really at all to try to bring up the amount of money in circulation. So this became known as the Great Contraction. And so out of this grew the school of monetarism. Monetarism was the name those economists working in Friedman and Schwartz's path took for themselves. But I have to emphasize, it's not just monetarists who found this convincing. This was broadly influential, perhaps one of the most influential economic interpretations of the 20th century, because this pointed the way to the basic playbook of economic policy ever since. That when you have weakness or crisis in the economy, the Federal Reserve has to step in and do something right away, or you're going to find yourself in this chart again. So an early example of this is Alan Greenspan in the wake of the 1987 stock market crash. Right away, Federal Reserve is ready to do what it takes to stabilize and help the economy. Here's Ben Bernanke at a banquet for Friedman and Schwartz. He said, quote, "Regarding the Great Depression, you're right, we did it. We're very sorry. But thanks to you, we won't do it again." So, the archive helps us see how this breakthrough was made, this breakthrough in economic understanding that we all still benefit from today because we have not lived through a second Great Depression. And the archive and the practice of biography also gives us insight into why Friedman was such a great economist, and in large part, I would argue, it's because he took people like Anna Schwartz seriously. He was almost alone of his peers in perceiving her brilliance, her aptitude, and her ability to really see things and understand things that others didn't. And I tell this story at more length in my book, but the Columbia faculty didn't even want to give her a doctorate. And the book was being published, and they said, well, I don't know, it's a co-authored book. Why should this be a doctorate? And so he really had to push for that. Now, the other thing I discovered in the course of my research and kind of digging through the archive, I was like, well, wait a second, what? It's not just Anna Schwartz, there's all these other women he's writing letters to. And so I describe in some detail some of the more technical economic work and how that also benefited from his collaborations with women. And I think what was really interesting is that this was almost a competitive advantage for Friedman, or sometimes I call it like his secret sauce, that he was able to sort of perceive talent where others of his generation weren't. And so I think that really is part of why there's such a long list of accomplishments that I enumerated at the beginning of the talk. So I don't have time to go into these more, but some of the other women in his intellectual and personal life that I talk about, his wife Rose Friedman, who was really essential to his public profile. Margaret Reed is another woman whose research went into the theory of the consumption function. And there's also a third woman, Dorothy Brady, who I cannot find a photo of her, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would definitely put one up. Okay, so A Monetary History really gave Friedman an incredible vantage point. And in large part, it was the vantage point of the historian or someone who has thought deeply about different places and different times, because what Friedman had was a sort of basic historical consciousness that things as they are today have not always been that way, and they will not always be that way in the future. And that seems like obvious and banal that I'm saying that, but it's something else to really live with that knowledge and to be able to kind of step outside your own time and your place and think more broadly. And so let me show how this historical consciousness, which grew out of that research project, led him to question some basic economic relationships that others of the time did not. And one of these basic economic relationships was that between inflation and unemployment. Now, in the 1950s and the 1960s, nobody really worried about inflation. It was a years of low inflation, and it just sort of faded away as an economic concern. If it was thought about at all, inflation was seen as potentially good, because inflation could lower unemployment. It could sort of speed things up, get more jobs, and in large part, people believe this because it's what they saw in the data. So I'll walk you a little bit through this graph here. It was called the Phillips curve, and the idea was, and I want you to stay with the part of the graph that's to the left before the box. And it's the idea that if you pushed up inflation a little bit, unemployment would go down. And so that would be great. So they ran in different directions. They didn't really run together. So you could kind of trade off, oh, I'd like a little more unemployment, so I'm going to take a little bit inflation. And really there was a sense that this was fairly easy to do. You could just kind of push the economy a little faster, see the benefits, slow down a little bit if you got going too fast. It was fine-tuning, and the belief in fine-tuning in the 1960s was quite strong, that policymakers, particularly the all-seeing economist, could really know what was going on in the economy and kind of tune the dial a little bit to get it where he wanted. So in 1967, Friedman gave a celebrated speech. He stood up before an audience of the American Economic Association. Basically, the nation's economists gathered for their annual convention and said, this is well and good in the short run, but it's not going to work in the long run. In the long run, you can have both high inflation and high unemployment. And he went on to explain the theory of how that happened. This was what became the infamous word stagflation. High inflation, high unemployment together. And now it began to emerge across the 1970s. So if you go into the box, you see these two lines start to move together. You get very high in the spike of very high inflation, and lo and behold, unemployment is also going up. And then it's going up again. So that very clear trade-off relationship disappears over the long run. And this becomes ever more important as inflation rises in the 1970s. So this graph is charting, I think it starts in it's 1965 to the present day. And again, just to show you how short this graph is, right? And the data on the Phillips curve is like 10 years, 10 to 12 years. And a lot of economists, this is all they need. Great, we've got 10 to 12 years of data. Well, if you just finished writing a book about 150 years of US history, you don't really care about 10 to 12 years. You don't think that's really the full picture. Okay, so here we are in the 1970s, and it's really an enormous vindication for Friedman. People are literally testing his theories, because he gives this speech. It's like outrageous. People are like, this is outrageous. He can't possibly be right. And then, well, let's test it. And over time, the economists who describe this, well, I built a model, and I'm feeding the data into it, and it's looking like Friedman's case is better. And over a series of years, he's able to really shift opinion in the economics profession as the reality of inflation emerges. Now, this in many ways was just an enormous vindication for Friedman. Here he is in the White House with George Shultz. He becomes very valued as an advisor to President Nixon. Now, Nixon definitely does not always take his advice, but he worries about what Friedman thinks and tries to mollify him. And Another thing I really was able to find in the archive is this incredible working relationship Friedman had with George Shultz. And eventually he kind of figured out, hey, if I whisper in George Shultz's ear, Shultz will get it done. And so Shultz would kind of translate and modify some of the ideas that Friedman had. And in particular, I won't go into the details of Bretton Woods and the emergence of floating exchange rates, but there's some memos in the archive that show Friedman and Shultz kind of working together. And then they would work very carefully so that the folks in the Treasury would end up thinking it was their idea. When like 6 months before, Friedman and Shultz had figured out where they wanted to go, and they would kind of lead the rest of them there. So absolutely fascinating stuff. Okay, so we think this is great, right? Friedman must be feeling really good. Here he is as the kind of taking over the world, or I'm not quite sure what the graphic is supposed to convey, but on the cover of the New York Times Magazine, right? So he's burst out of any Chicago confines or any just monetarist admiration and become very broadly known and appreciated. So you might think this is like the highlight of his life. It's a moment of triumph. He's proud and contented and happy. But what I know from the archive is that this is also a moment of real sadness for Friedman, because it leads to the fracturing of his relationship with Arthur Burns, who was serving as chair of the Federal Reserve across the period of the Great Inflation. Friedman had met Arthur Burns at Rutgers when he was a college student and just a few years from the death of his father. And Burns really became, for Friedman, a surrogate father. Another person to whom he looked up, someone he admired, someone he really venerated. There were a few people that Friedman venerated and worshiped, and Arthur Burns was one of them. So Burns was appointed chair of the Federal Reserve in February 1970. And it was interpreted at first as a victory for Friedman. All the newspapers said, oh, great, like we have a monetarist running the Federal Reserve. Friedman's ideas are going to be shaping the Fed. And that's not what happened. Now, at first, everything seemed great. You can see the letters back and forth from Friedman to Burns. And here, let me give you a picture of Burns. This is him later in his tenure when he's feeling a little bit down in the dumps. I think he's testifying in front of Congress at this point. But so the first letters come in. Oh, Arthur, I see you're making this change and that change. I'm so glad we have like a real economist at the Fed, back and forth. And then comes the bombshell. Friedman opens the newspapers and it says, Burns urges incomes policy. Now, incomes policy is wage and price guidelines. It's a big step towards wage and price controls. And Friedman is literally shattered. He cannot imagine what is happening. He doesn't know what this means. And so he literally gets up out of his bed at night and writes this letter to Burns that we have in the archive. And he's like, I can't sleep. I don't understand what's happening. Let me read you a part of what he says in the letter. Quote, never in my wildest dreams did I believe that this central bank virus was so potent that it could corrupt even you in so short a time. So I go into this relationship more in the book, but it's true emotional anguish for Friedman because he has admired Burns so much. And as Burns' monetary policy unfolds, he can't find a single good thing to say about it. And it turns out he's right. In the first letter, he says to Burns, you're talking about incomes policy now. You're going to be talking about wage and price controls soon. And lo and behold, pretty soon Burns is saying, we have to do wage and price controls. And as he makes this argument, he says, quote, monetary policy, I feel, has done its job fully. He just passes the buck. I can't do anything about inflation. I, the chair of the Federal Reserve, cannot do anything about inflation. Let's have wage and price controls instead. And so this is something that Friedman is just so disturbed by. Now, Friedman is not the only one disturbed by this, and most economists don't want wage and price controls. But overall, the experience of the 1970s would shift more and more people towards his perspective. as they would see that price controls didn't work, as they came to see that inflation did have something to do with the Federal Reserve, they began to open their minds to his ideas more broadly. And it made them more receptive to his sort of larger theoretical analysis. Now, beyond stagflation, Friedman's focus on the quantity of money became newly appreciated. So throughout the 60s and the 50s, Friedman had been making another one of these arguments that just made no sense to anybody, maybe except for him and Schwartz. He said, interest rates aren't really the best guide to monetary policy, especially when there's a lot of inflation. The signal could get muddied. Sure, they're important to watch, but they're not the only thing. And he argued, interest rates, instead of showing that money is tight, might actually show that money is loose. Interest rates might be going up because they're trying to stay ahead of inflation. So rather than showing us what path we were on, they could simply be showing us how much inflation we had. And this is another one of these charts that sort of begin to show Friedman right. This is nominal interest rates in the United States, and you probably may recognize or have a shudder about that 20% interest rate in 1980. That's the Volcker shock. But before that are those very high interest rates that are trying to stay ahead of inflation, right? And so Friedman's point is you can't look at the interest rate to say is monetary policy loose or tight, because the Fed's very loose, inflation is on the run, and on the loose. The Fed is loose, inflation is loose, and interest rates are going up because you can't make any money unless you have a very high interest rate in such an inflationary environment. So, I would say that Friedman's vindication is not simply on the technicalities of monetary policy. And in fact, as the economic system evolves and the regulatory environment changes, a lot of his specific ideas about the money supply became, they didn't fit. His more technical ideas didn't fit. But this basic idea that money matters became part of our common wisdom, right? So the idea that we consider the Federal Reserve so central to inflation. The idea that a Federal Reserve chair could not abdicate responsibility as Burns did. These types of things are all sort of marks of Friedman's long-run influence. Now, I would say over time, the focus on money and Friedman's analysis of the Fed has sort of waxed and waned. But interestingly, since 2021, we've seen a real renaissance. And I'll show you just a couple other charts just so you can see. The end of our chart is the present moment. We don't know what happens next, really. I think it's 2021. And it's not quite as bad as the 1970s, but it's cause for concern when looked at in the longer perspective. And so there's also another chart that's relevant. This is Friedman's favorite measure of the money supply, M2. And there are many different measures, different ways to think about it. But there's also a very clear pattern in this graph, which is just a huge spike in M2 in the later years of the pandemic. And as this was happening, it was very vociferously argued by some that this did not matter at all, right? I think it was Chairman Powell who said, quote, 1 million years ago, this mattered. It doesn't matter anymore. It's not really relevant to what's happening right now, to which I would just bring us back to this graph, and we'll see. So there's potentially some vindication for Friedman here, though I would definitely not want to say the debate on inflation is settled or known. But I do want to say it's not a vindication Friedman would have wanted. He never wanted inflation, even when inflation proved him right. So there's so much more I could talk about here. I've just tried to scratch the surface of what his life encompassed, the times in which he lived, the times that he shaped. But before I end, I know that you're wondering about the title. Why am I calling him the last conservative? And it's a bit of a provocation, I admit. But it's also, more seriously gesturing to shifts in the contemporary conservative movement. A new suspicion of markets, a new embrace of nationalism, a new reluctance to engage in the world. And all these mark a real turn away from Friedman and the type of economic and political conservatism that he embodied. Now, in some ways, it's perhaps inevitable that new issues would engage us, new questions would arise. But I want to assert that Friedman tackled questions that are both universal and perennial. How do we balance capitalism and markets with other social goods? If some equality is inevitable, how much is too much? How can we harness prices and incentives to design robust and efficient public policy? How can we apply the lessons of history to new times? What are the basic dynamics of a monetary economy that always need to be paid attention to? And so thanks to the archive, we can think through these questions with Friedman. Even if we don't agree, we will be the smarter for having done it. So thank you so much for your attention. I have time for questions, and it's been great to be here this morning. Thank you. So I think they're going around with mics, and I see a gentleman right here in the front who was very quick with his hand.
So Milton Friedman was a big fan of your prior subject, Ayn Rand. Can you speak a little bit to how that informed his life and his work?
Yeah, what did Friedman say about Rand? Like a highly unpleasant woman who did a great deal of good. And this actually was, so while he was at Chicago, he was a faculty advisor to a magazine called the New Individualist Review, which had been started by F.A. Hayek, who was at the Chicago in the 50s, and then Hayek left and Friedman took over as the advisor. So it was, student conservative magazine. And at some point, a bunch of Randians arrived and either took it over or there was some type of power struggle. And it was in that moment that he developed a very strong distaste for her because he saw kind of how dogmatic her followers could be. I would say an interesting other vignette is while I was writing my Rand book, she had a big fight she was working with a conservative political group and they put out a pamphlet that she disliked and she said, this pamphlet is a communist pamphlet, I can tell, communists wrote it, they're tricking you. The author of that pamphlet, Milton Friedman and George Stigler. So there was not an alliance in any real tangible way, although many people did admire both of them. Yeah. There's some questions back there.
Thanks, Jennifer. Listening to you talk, and especially the little blurb at the bottom, the first full biography of America's most renowned economist. There are many biographies of John Maynard Keynes, who was probably perhaps along with Friedman, the two most influential economists of the 20th century. Do you have any perspective on why there's so many more biographies of Keynes than of Friedman? Yeah,
that's a great question. In some ways, Keynes had a more interesting life. So he was at Versailles. He helped design the IMF. He was part of Bloomsbury, this bohemian circle. So there's a lot of richness there, and you don't have to be an economist or deeply trained in economics to kind of grasp that and to understand the impact he made. And then the biggest biography in Britain, there's a lot of biographers and scholars Britain is small, right? It's very, very small. Oxford, people who are big at Oxford, it's all one little world. So you have less topics to go to, I guess is one of my points. So yeah, Friedman has not had as much attention paid to him as Keynes, and I don't think it's necessary because of their impact. I do think the domains in which Keynes operated were even broader than Friedman, which is saying a lot. Sorry, I see another hand there.
Thank you, Jennifer, for a very engaging lecture. Terrific.
Thanks, Charles.
Milton Friedman spent as many years at Hoover as he did at Chicago. What can you tell us about what he thought about Hoover? What is how he affected Hoover, its programs? What he thought Hoover could achieve as a think tank, public policy think tank? or what he thought about the Hoover-Stanford relationship. Can you tell us something about those things?
Yeah, you know, Charles, that might be some book you have to write because it was, it's very hard to find out. I was trying to look at Glenn Campbell's reminiscences for like, how did he even get the idea to hire Friedman? And he has like 2 sentences about it. So maybe there's a Hoover Institution archive that someone should dig into there. I will say he was very happy here. He came after he had retired. I think it was here that he produced Free to Choose, or was putting together the television series. And I do know what was important here is that he really connected with Martin Anderson here, and then Anderson went on to be a very key advisor of Ronald Reagan. And again, you have a little bit of the back channel, here's what I think you should say. And then Friedman himself was on the president's advisory board and was able to kind of directly speak with Reagan. So I think that piece is very well established. He didn't comment too much about Hoover other than that. I think other than to just be very appreciative of being here. And then John Taylor loves to tell this story about, so he had a license plate, MY equals PT, which is a quantity theory of money, but you can't have an equal sign, it was a dash, and then he would take a piece of tape to make it into an equal sign, and then every so often he would get pulled over, like some police officer would be like, and he would get cited, and he would take the tape off and be apologetic, and then he would put it right back on. So yeah, so that, I mean, that's definitely worth exploring. Let's see, I have a question right here.
What about his relationship with Friedrich von Hayek and also Margaret Thatcher?
Yeah, great question. So the relationship with Hayek is really interesting. So Hayek invites him to the first meeting of the Mont Pelerin Society. It's his first time overseas. Friedman is very influenced at that point by Henry Simons, who's also influenced by Hayek. And I would say one of the strongest parts that comes out is this emphasis on rules over discretion. This was, of course, the framework for monetary policy he preferred, but Hayek really generalized it to say we need to create a framework of competition for society, objective law, and then we need to kind of step aside. So I think they're very much on the same channels. Friedman did not like Hayek as an economist. He did not like the Austrians. He did not think they were really doing economics. He did not want Hayek to even have like a courtesy appointment in the Chicago Economics Department. But then what's interesting is that the trail kind of goes cold when Hayek gets to Chicago, because now they're neighbors. And so I don't have letters. I don't really know what they talked about. So but I know because you can hear him talking about the conditions of competition. These sort of Hayekian words start winding their way into Friedman's ideas. So I think they were friendly. They perceived themselves as allies in some way. And then later, Hayek really didn't like monetarism and Hayek was more of a shock treatment guy and thought that we should go back to the gold standard, basically. So thought Friedman was like making it easy to have fiat currency, which was ultimately a mistake. So in the far back, I see a hand, and then we'll come over to that side because.
This is an archival question about that letter to Arthur Burns. Did he keep copies of his correspondence across the board, and that's how you have that? Pretty
much, yeah. So most people did carbons. And so the other piece is I did some reconstruction in Burns's archive. So Burns's archive has the letters Friedman sent to him before he was like big enough to have carbons, important enough, so handwritten stuff. And then the Burns letters, I think maybe Eric knows better, I think they were sequestered. The really intense, how could you do this? What in God's name is happening? Those were sequestered, I think, for a while. And then now they're in the archive proper, but they're but I think they're still a little bit set aside. You have to know where to look to find them. And so, yes, that late night scrawl is there, and then all the other correspondence, and then eventually Friedman starts CCing Schultz on everything. And so, he's like writing to Schultz as if Schultz is the chair of the Federal Reserve. And it's like Schultz has nothing to do with monetary, I mean, he's an economic advisor. So all of those are BCC'd and all, the responses back from Arthur and all of that, yeah. So it's, I think he probably kept them aside while Arthur was alive and maybe a couple of years after. And then eventually they were fully donated to the archive. There was a question over here.
What would Friedman have thought of the Taylor rule?
Oh, that's a great question. I think he probably would have appreciated. I mean, the Taylor rule is very much in the Henry Simons, Milton Friedman, let's have a rule rather than discretion. The Taylor rule incorporates interest rates, which Friedman did not think were a good guide to policy, but I think he probably would have adjusted over time and said they actually are showing us. So the measures of the quantity of money got really scrambled when the banking system was deregulated and became more complicated. So it was really hard to know, is the money supply going up and down because people are moving things from checking to savings, or is this actually a change? So that's when interest rates came back. So I think he would ultimately appreciate the Taylor rule, even if he might rather we had a more simplified environment where the quantity theory was still, in its classic form, was still more applicable. But yeah, Taylor definitely appreciates Friedman. Another question far back.
There's a famous clip between Phil Donahue and Milton Friedman in which Friedman says that there is a role for the government on environmental regulation when there are an innocent third party sort of experiences an externality. A couple decades later at Chicago, they held a conference asking the question, what would Milton Friedman do about climate change? So that's my question for you.
Yeah, phew, that's a big question. I'm guessing his instinct would be to say we need to harness markets and incentives to attack this problem because that will be the most effective way. So I think cap and trade would be an approach. I think he'd also say, who's the biggest polluter in the world? It's the communist countries, China, rather than the ones that are trying to make a difference have more economic freedom. So I think he would be trying to break apart the easy equation of capitalism with climate change, and then say the better way to solve this problem is to make it easy or make it profitable for people to solve it themselves. So he might support some of the structuring of markets that we're seeing. I don't think he'd go all the way to industrial policy. That's my hot take. There's someone in the far back, and then someone in the far right.
So what would Professor Friedman think of today's situation where we've had the largest drop in M2 since World War II, a $9 trillion federal reserve debt and a $2 trillion deficit this year?
I don't think he'd be very happy about it. He was not happy about government deficits in his day. I do think he would have understood and probably would have supported the original relief efforts in the coronavirus pandemic, just based on his reaction to the Great Depression and that, it's the graph of employment that just drops in March 2020. I mean, I think he would have recognized that. He would have been cautious about continuing it too far. In terms of what happens with monetary policy, the other dictum that he's most famous for is, monetary policy acts through long and variable lags. So that you have to take a kind of wait and see. And he was also really a gradualist. So I think he would appreciate the effort to try to get a soft landing. And he would really caution, I think, about on the one hand, he wanted the Fed to be more transparent and more democratically accountable. I don't think he would appreciate the fact that every 3 months, everybody's deciding how the Fed, the kind of quarterly cycle of what are they doing, because he thought everything takes a lot longer and you have to maybe step back a little bit and let the medicine work. We have a question on the far right.
Have you had the opportunity to introduce Milton Friedman to the undergraduates, and what is their reaction to what they learn about him?
Yeah, that's interesting. I just did a version of this lecture more on the history of, we have a class called the History of 2023, which is like you take a current thing that's happening and look in the past. So yeah, they're very interested in this, all like news to them. So they're very interested in this, whoa, like, hey, that's interesting. And then I do have a class we'll be reading a bunch of Friedman, but we're not getting to it until like later in the quarter. So I don't have that fresh reaction right now. Some of the most interesting conversations I've had in the past, though, are when I talk about his essays on methodology. So economic methodology, how do you, a theory, how important is it for a theory to predict, or how important is it for a theory to be accurate? The undergraduates here really are interested in that. So it's almost an epistemological question, or the history of science question, or how do I know that? They really kind of get into that. And I haven't had too many other strong reactions that are coming to mind right now. Yeah, I see there's someone over there who's been patient as well.
To the top of the Hoover Tower, there's a famous economist up there right now, and he went at the University of Chicago with Friedman. Could you comment on Professor Friedman's relationship with and influence on Thomas Sowell?
Oh, interesting. Yes, I think I would put that. That's hard. It's hard to know, but I will say there is a moment in time when Milton Friedman and George Stigler recommend Sowell for a fellowship, and they write in their letter, "He's a socialist, but too smart to stay one for long." So. Yeah, so that's the most information I have right now. Someone will write a biography on Sowell, I guess there is one as well. There's one out already, but yes, that's the best I can say for now. Was there another questioner along here? I think we have one more down there. Thank you.
Could you say a little bit about Rose Friedman and the nature of their relationship and her influence on his work?
Yes, I can say a little. I wish I could say a lot, but here's the thing. Guess who designed and put together that archive? Rose Friedman. Guess who took herself out of the archive? Like, there's not even an episode of her handwriting. So she was very private. I tried to find the drafts of Capitalism and Freedom, which we know she contributed to, so I could see no drafts of Capitalism, no publisher's correspondence about Capitalism and Freedom. So I think that she was extremely suspicious of people like me, and she did not want it to be known. So I do my best, and I actually even had an undergraduate CS guy run an analysis of some writing that I thought Friedman and Rose had done together, and some writing that I knew Friedman had done separately, and then some writing she had done, to see if we could use a computer to tell us like how much she contributed. And there were too many economics words that were shared across. It just broke the model. He was like, I can't tell you anything definitive. So, we'll never really know, but I am convinced, as I said, that the secret to his success was many brilliant women kind of behind the scenes, as well as his own contribution. So I see the clock is at 0. I'll be around a little bit after to chit chat. If you like the talk, you'll love the book. You can buy it now. Thanks so much.
Okay, thanks so much, Jennifer. That was fantastic. Two things. As you head out to a coffee break, at the registration desk, there's a QR code, and you can use that to submit questions for tonight's live performance after dinner of Goodfellows, featuring John Cochran, Neil Ferguson, H.R. McMaster, and hosted by Bill Whalen. So we're taking questions in advance for those guys, the Goodfellows, via the QR code. Also, if you're interested in Milton Friedman, I'm going to show a small clip from Free to Choose featuring Milton, George Schultz, and Arnold Schwarzenegger in my little film thing. And finally, we're going to reconvene at 11 o'clock with the Stanford Emerging Tech Review panel. So you've got a half an hour to relax, and I'll see you back. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to the Hauk Auditorium. The program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. We are ready to begin.
like you brought your satellite.
Welcome back. Welcome back. If we could take our seats. Okay, it's my pleasure to introduce the next panel. The Stanford Emerging Tech Review, whose acronym is sometimes pronounced CETR, is an ambitious university-wide effort that emerged from conversations between scholars and American government officials and others. The review aims to fill a gap by producing an annual report that accounts for new developments in key technology areas, highlights key policy implications, needs, opportunities, and barriers for U.S. government decision makers and private sector leaders. I'm going to turn it over to Morris Arnold and Nona Jean Cox, Senior Fellow. Amy Ziegard is going to introduce the panel and present. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you, Eric. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to be back with you and to have some pretty amazing technology to talk about with all of you. I want to give you just a little bit of background about the Emerging Tech Review, and then we'll have a conversation with three people who have been pivotal to this effort. So as Eric mentioned, this is an ambitious university-wide initiative. So Hoover is partnering with the School of Engineering and other units on campus, and it's co-chaired by Condi Rice, me, the Dean of Engineering, Jennifer Whittam, and my economics colleague, John Taylor. Last February, you may remember at the Board of Overseers meeting, I gave a presentation about our vision. Now we have reality, and we're really excited to share what we've been up to over the past several months and what's about to launch, not just the satellite, but some other things. Let me set the scene. Why did this thing start? There was an aha moment in May of 2022. So as many of you know, my research is on emerging technologies and espionage. How are emerging technologies affecting not just the world, but how we understand the world so that US intelligence agencies can better anticipate the future and prevent bad things from happening? Well, one of the key players in this landscape is Senator Mark Warner, chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee. He's got Drew Endy on the panel on speed dial, I think. Senator Warner called up and he said, I'd like to spend a day at Stanford to better understand what's going on in emerging technology and what you all are thinking about. So he came to Hoover, and we put together a roundtable where Dr. Endy came and talked about synthetic biology. We had colleagues from computer science, Fei Li talking about AI, Dan Bonnet talking about cryptography, and it was amazing. And it wasn't enough. And so we realized coming out of that moment with Senator Warner, that amazing day, that we needed to do more. At Hoover and across Stanford, we needed a new model of providing education to decision makers about critical technologies affecting our world to a non-technical audience in both the private and the public sector. And this effort that has really been galvanized across the university is guided by three key ideas. Number one, the stakes of this moment are high. We all know that emerging technologies are transforming the world: economics, geopolitics, intelligence. And these new technologies offer unparalleled promise, but also novel risks. And we're seeing that play out in the headlines today with generative AI, for example. But it's more than that. It matters who leads the world in innovation. It matters whether it's the United States or China. And it doesn't matter just for the United States, it matters for the world. Because the most fertile soil for innovation is freedom. The freedom to question your government, the freedom to admit failure in a research program as a step to future progress, the freedom to ask hard questions, the freedom to do your research and collaborate with people across the world without fear of repression and persecution. Second idea, policymakers need our help. They need much better access to information about these transformational technologies. They need it faster, they need it more continuously, and they need it from the leading experts, right? Third guiding principle. The view from Stanford is unique, and it's important, and it's needed now more than ever. So we don't just happen to sit in Silicon Valley. We have made Silicon Valley. We are a part of the fabric of Silicon Valley. This university, its faculty, its researchers, its former students have been integral in creating companies that have generated more revenues than most countries have GDP. We also, so this university has breadth and depth of expertise across technological areas and across social science and policy. We also here have a rich and proud tradition of service, of individuals and institutions who care about policy and using policy to make the world a better place and to advance our ideas, our values, and our interests. So those are the three ideas. We started reaching out to faculty across campus, and every single person we asked said yes. And then Condi said, how do you think we should start getting us all together? And I said, a party at your house. Right? And she said, you're on. And we all went to a party at her house, and that's how this thing got rolling. So now we have 50 people involved in this effort, 10 faculty across the university, nearly 20 postdoctoral scholars in a range of fields, a dozen undergraduates, and a distinguished advisory board of people from industry, academia, and government, including some of our fabulous overseers who are really leaders in their field. Our first product launches next month. It is called, creatively, the Stanford Emerging Technology Review. It covers 10 key areas of emerging technologies. They include AI, bioengineering, cryptography, energy technology, nuclear technology, neuroscience, material science or nanomaterial science, robotics, semiconductors, and space technology. I know you all are looking at the slide. We'll talk about that in a minute because these are not just stock photos. They're real things that people on this stage are actually involved in. So I'll mention that in a minute. Now, in this report, which is everything you wanted to know about emerging technologies in a very short report, but we're afraid to ask, we're covering three key things. What is this technology and how does it work? Policymakers in the private and public sector need to know that. What are key developments, technological and otherwise, that you need to understand? And what's over the horizon? What should be on the radar so that we can anticipate challenges and opportunities before they're too late? Now, the report is just the beginning. I hate to say that, Herb, but the report is just the beginning. One of the great learnings we've had in the past year in doing something for the first time is that we can't just issue an annual report and call it a day. We need an annual, a continuous educational campaign to produce, think of it as executive education for policymakers about tech. And we need to meet them where they are, brief them in Washington, have podcasts, videocasts, short documents, hard for academics to write short documents, but we're trying, right? A suite of deliverable products to help continuously inform the conversation. So that's the background. Now, our panelists here have been vital members of this effort over the past year, and I'm so delighted to be here on stage, and they're gonna share some pretty amazing things that they brought with them. We decided to do a little show and tell with you all as well. So at the far end, I have my colleague, Dr. Herb Lin. Many of you may know Herb. He's the Hank Holland Fellow here at Hoover in Cyber Policy and Security. He's also a senior research scholar over at the Freeman Spokely Institute. He is the director of CEDAR and our editor-in-chief of our first report. Herb is a physicist, and he's also a leading expert in cyber security and information warfare. We've partnered a lot on cyber issues over the years, and for more than 20 years, he was the chief scientist at the National Academies of Science. Next to him, we have Dr. Drew Endy, who is a senior fellow by courtesy at the Hoover Institution. Delighted to have Drew join our merry band of brothers and sisters here at Hoover. He is a bioengineer, not just a bioengineer, the leading thinker and pioneer in synthetic biology and bioengineering in the world. He is not only at Hoover, but he is the Martin Family University Fellow in Undergraduate Education in Bioengineering. And you can see on the slide the very cool helix. That's from Drew. And then next to me, I have Simona D'Amico, who's Associate Professor of Aeronautics and Astronautics here at Stanford, the W.M. Keck Faculty Scholar, in the School of Engineering, and Professor of Geophysics by courtesy. He's our rocket scientist in the group. He's also the founding director of the Space Rendezvous Lab, and he directs the undergraduate program in AeroAstro. So we have a great brain trust on this end of the stage. And what I want to do in the next 40 minutes or 30 minutes or so is we'll have a conversation, and then I want you to have a chance to ask any questions you have about their specific areas of interest or what we plan to do. So I want to kick it off and ask all of you a basic but important question, which is, how did you get into the fields that you chose? Space technology, bioengineering, and physics. What fascinated you, drew you to these fields? Because I can't understand why you wouldn't want to be a political scientist. And why did you sign on to this effort for the first time? Herb, why don't we start with you, and then we'll go down the line.
I started on this effort because you asked me to. And I can't say no to you in these things. This was an opportunity to broaden my aperture at Stanford in a way that I could never, which was not otherwise be possible. I heard interesting talks and got involved with 10 faculty members that were in completely different fields than I was, and I learned a lot about them. And I got paid a lot of money to have another postdoctoral experience. It was wonderful from that side. That's why I said yes.
But why physics? We have to share. If you look, Herb has a very lovely tie, which he doesn't normally wear. Share what your tie is, and then tell us why you got why you got interested in physics.
The tie has a bunch of binary digits on it, if you look up closely on it. They are a binary representation of letters in the alphabet, and if you decode them, it says, "I hate ties." Why physics? At MIT, where I did my undergraduate work, I fell in with a bunch of physicists who persuaded me that I really wanted to do physics rather than engineering, and I think they're just a testament to the power of personal connection in drawing people into a field. That's the short answer.
Drew.
Yeah, thank you, Amy. I grew up in Pennsylvania. I like to build things. So think of the cliche of a kid who becomes an engineer, who likes to build things. I studied structural engineering when Bethlehem Steel was just barely still operating in Pennsylvania. My summer internship was for Amtrak. I was a construction management intern. But I met a faculty member, Professor Vassie Ware. She had just gotten her PhD from Yale, and took a class in molecular genetics with her when I was a senior in undergrad. And she renewed my love of biology. And to fast forward, although I started as a construction engineer, I'm now of the opinion that the best way to build things is to grow them. And so now I'm a bioengineer. What about the emerging tech review? Well, you mentioned Senator Warner, but if I go back in time, 20 years ago, last Sunday, I was in Washington, or just outside Washington, briefing the director of DARPA, the Advanced Research Projects Agency for the Defense Department. In October of 2003, I had led an 18-month study for DARPA on synthetic biology. And normally when you go to give these briefings, you're trying to go in and make a pitch for what should happen to advance a field. And if you do a good job, maybe you'll get a $100 million program funded to advance the field in behalf of the US and our interests. My briefing was like the Hindenburg coming into New Jersey. I didn't get halfway through my slide deck, and instead of getting a project funded, I contributed to a strategic decision to cut all public funding for my field. And so, like, imagine the much more naive version of me back then. I had not correctly accounted for the landscape we were navigating just post the anthrax attacks. And we didn't have even the beginning of a holistic strategy for biosecurity or biotechnology more broadly. The situation before Setter starts is honestly not much better. But now that we're underway and just coming up on a year into it, it feels like we're making significant progress to help navigate very tricky emerging technologies and bring them forward for the good.
Simone.
Thank you, Amy. So, why space? So since I was a kid, I was really driven by the desire of knowledge, desire to answer fundamental questions. You know, kids are very good at asking why. But then some of them, they become obsessed and they keep asking why. Eventually, they become scientists. Well, but I had to be pragmatic. As a kid born in Italy and growing up in Italy, I had to think about the job market and the job opportunities. And so it was engineering, my vocation. And my interest was either the infinitesimally small or the infinitely large. What to explore. And translated in engineering, that was nuclear engineering or aerospace and space engineering. Now, in the 90s, there was a referendum, a popular referendum in Italy that basically shut down all nuclear power plants. So I said, okay, better I go to space. And that was the space engineering route. Now, why Setter? Well, spaceflight is my passion, and especially today, it faces challenges and opportunities related to policy, related to economics, and related to security. And so I try to be out of the academic world. In fact, I'm in the advisory board of several space startups on a VC hedge fund. And when Amy approached me, then I saw the opportunity to represent the space flight and the policy implication at the highest possible level. And so thank you so much, Amy and Hoover, for giving me this opportunity to be part of this program.
Well, we couldn't be more delighted to have you. So let's talk a little bit about unpacking your technological areas. Simona, let's start with you. What are space technologies, and how do they affect our lives in ways that we may not recognize or realize?
Thanks for the question. So what is space technology? I mean, it really boils down to the optimal design of an autonomous spacecraft to accomplish objectives which are otherwise impossible to achieve, so unprecedented objectives. And this is done by leveraging the vantage point of space. Why space is a critical vantage point? Not only because it's far away, but especially because of speed. Objects in space, they move very fast. In low Earth orbit, we talk about 7-8 kilometers per second. So it takes 1.5 hours to orbit the globe for a spacecraft. So you can imagine the potential in terms of global coverage. So how does it affect our daily lives? Well, humans are dependent on space technology in many ways. So there are 3 key areas that I can think of. First of all, what belongs to the area of safety, security, and survival. The second area is about improving the quality of our lives. And the third area is about satisfying that intimate desire of knowledge that really makes us humans. So let me mention in these 3 areas, I mean, what's something that, some of us, don't know. What about, safety and security? Well, as the ultimate frontier, after, sea, land, and air, space technology allows us to gather intelligence for strategic advantage. It allows us to monitor and detect threats that can be from adversaries or that can be natural threats. And these natural threats can be, for example, from near-Earth objects or asteroids in route of collision to the Earth. That's obviously especially relevant when it comes to war, of the importance of space technology to raise awareness and being responsive to events happening all over the globe. Space technology combined with remote sensing allows us to observe the Earth globally in all bands of the spectrum, detect millimetric changes on the ground. And this allows us to feed models to better monitor, predict, mitigate disasters. And these disasters can be of all types. Space technology allows us to build better weather forecast models we rely upon in our daily lives, etc. Now, when it comes to the quality of life, so we all use space technology to navigate around the world. Think of GPS. We use space technology to communicate. Think of broadband internet. And now, even with almost no infrastructure on the ground. Think of the Starlink constellation. This up there, and it's the only reliable way to obtain internet communication in disaster areas. I mean, and in, for example, war areas without infrastructure. We rely on time that is an atomic time scale through the GPS constellation to do financial transactions, for example, and other subtle things that if they would disappear today, it will cause a collapse almost of our civilization. But let me stop here, otherwise I monopolize. But in conclusion, space technology is really something we rely upon in our daily lives.
Thank you. Drew, what is synthetic biology? How does it affect us? And should we be really afraid or not?
So synthetic biology is the tip of the spear within bioengineering. Bioengineering at Stanford as a department is the youngest department in the engineering school. The second youngest department in the engineering school is computer science. So computer science was started in 1960, and bioengineering was started in 2003. So we're 20 years old as a department. So what I'm showing up today, imagine you were having a conversation about computer science in 1980, and all the opportunities and policy ramifications, and if we could go back in time and think about computer security, network security, social media, and we had a do-over, would you want to change anything? All right, that's sort of the moment we're in. And then synthetic biology is this tip of the spear advancing the fundamentals of bioengineering. Let me set the macroscopic scene and then give some specific examples from Stanford. In our domestic economy, it's thought that about 5% of revenues are derived from bioengineering, from genetic engineering. $1 trillion a year domestically. That's the genetically engineered domestic product. And that lands into 3 sectors: food, materials, and medicines, roughly. And that goes back to the birth of genetic engineering here at Stanford. What does synthetic biology bring? The root of the word synthetic is synthesis or synthesis with a U in Greek, and that means composition or putting things together, a putting together. And so my research and my colleagues' research involves how do we get better at putting biology together at the molecular to cellular to organismal to ecological scales. And that's what we do. And as we get better at that, you don't really notice the fundamental advances. What you notice is the apps that pop up and people use or might use. So let me give examples of that. A colleague, Michael Fischbach, in the last year, one of the things I like about SETR is it's the Stanford Emerging Tech Review. We have so much going on in each of these areas, but especially in the bioengineering space. So let me give examples from colleagues. Michael Fischbach took a microbe, his team, that lives on our skin. Normally, we all have bacteria that live on our skin. They're friendly. all right? And they reprogram that microbe to express an antigen that trains the immune system to attack skin cancer. So could you have a bioengineered microbe that lives on your skin that is a type of vaccine against melanoma? And they showed this in the last year with mice. So we'll see if that translates to people. A past colleague who has since left Stanford, at Stanford showed how you could use yeast instead of brewing beer or wine to brew medicine, essential medicines. And they've started a company and have brought that forward so that just last month, they showed a fermentation process that's a 100,000 liter fermenter, the size of a swimming pool, in a week could make as much medicine as 10 square miles of farming a plant over 2 years. So a swimming pool of a broth brewed over a week or 10 square miles of farming as an alternate supply chain for an essential medicine. A third example from Phil Ross. Phil is a Stanford graduate. His degree was in fine arts. He started a company called MycoWorks that takes mushrooms. Like this is, if you'll excuse me, this is a wood fungus that you might see on a tree in the forest, and the fruiting body that grows out and dispenses spores. So and there's even some bark on it, right? So this organism grows on wood. And what Phil figured out is you could take this organism and give it other forms of wood, like corn husk or even sawdust, and make arbitrary objects in arbitrary shapes. Like maybe this is an interesting rocket nozzle, I don't know, right? But so his company, MycoWorks, just last month opened up a 100,000 square foot factory. This is coming out of Stanford. They opened up a 100,000 square foot factory in Union County, South Carolina, next to the woody inputs there. And they use these organisms. They grow in big sheets of mushrooms on wood chips. And then the top of that sheet turns into a mushroom skin that you can peel off and put through a tanning process to make a replacement for animal leather. And this is their first pilot scale manufacturing facility. So they think they can get to 3 million square feet a year of leather, which is about 60,000 cattle a year worth of hides. And they're thinking they're going to go up to about a 10 times bigger factory, as soon as they can source the capital for doing that. So medicines, therapeutics, materials, that's what bioengineering brings. And then synthetic biology is the underlying tech that makes that easier and easier and easier.
So Drew, I mean, you were joking, saying, well, maybe this mushroom creation here could help Simona with his rockets. But Herb, I want you to weigh in here. One of the things about the cross-cutting themes that we've talked about and that you've identified is the synergies between technologies. So say more about that, because it's not just satellites and then synthetic biology and then these other fields.
Well, okay, so we have 10 technologies displayed up there. And there have, of course, been remarkable advancements in all of them. But one of the most interesting things that comes out of this is that many of them have interconnections to other technologies on that display. So, for example, people will say, correctly so, that AI is a fundamental technology that will change a lot of things in the world. And one of the things that it's going to do is to change the pace and innovation in other technologies. So you'll find AI as an enabler for space, for example, or even for robotics and for nuclear. Okay, that's fine. We accept that. But AI is dependent on advances in semiconductors. So does that make semiconductors a, quote, more fundamental? No, it's not quote, more fundamental. It is that there is a connection there between better semiconductors and better AI, okay? So, and AI can help improve semiconductors too. How? AI has contributed to material science. Material science develops better semiconductors, which goes into the fabrication of chips. So you find, as we work through this, we found all kinds of interesting connections between technologies. We only scratched the surface of them. We give some examples in the report. But many technologies in there help other technologies mature and grow. And it's not that there's one thing that's the source or two things that's the source of everything else. They all interrelate to each other. So I think that's the nature of the convergence that we saw.
You looked like
No,
you
I do.
wanted-
I just want to emphasize that. I think of it as together technology. Technologies are all together. So maybe this is a casting, but more interesting is could be as a heat shield for reentry. There have been teams at NASA building drones and other platforms using these materials because if they crash, they're compostable. And that might be interesting from an intelligence perspective if you want to have something surveying and then you can't find it after it settles. I will also point out that if you trace back into the Defense Department portfolio in synthetic biology a decade ago, you can see programs focused on biosynthesis of energetics, things that power the rockets. And I think it's a nice, so anyway, together technology is a real theme that Setter amplifies, and it's critically important because what's been missing historically is nobody's asking the question on any of these particular examples, is it a good thing to be doing? Is it in our interest to enable brewing of rocket fuel, right? And somebody needs to think really carefully about that and all the other questions you might imagine around these emerging techs.
So we're going to get to the over the horizon or the grand challenges in a minute. But first, I want to ask you each to weigh in on, I mentioned the report covers important recent developments. So Simona, let's start with you. What should everybody know about important developments in space technology? And then we'll go to Drew, and then Herb, I want you to amplify with the other cross-cutting themes.
Yes, if I look back at the last 5 to 10 years, I would say the most important development is represented by small satellites or small sats. So here you see an example of a small sat. Small sat are satellites with a mass of less than 500 kilos. And this is a very small sat. It's a nano satellite. It's called CubeSat. The CubeSat standard format was developed at Stanford in my department in the 90s. As a tool for students, how to teach students, how to design spacecraft. So it started as an educational device, and it's now the engine of a flourishing space economy. We call this era, the small sat era, as a new space or the commercialization era, whereby due to the reduction of cost of building and launching satellites, now space has become part of the development cycle. Some of you might remember the slogan from NASA, failure is not an option, okay? Well, this has changed. Now failure is an option. And actually failure is that engine towards innovation because it allows us to an iterative process to keep updating the technology as we go. We test and fly, with a very quick turnaround. Now the number of players, of space actors has increased exponentially in the last 10 years. And it's now not mainly governments. Now the majority of the satellites that are launched in space are for commercial purposes, chiefly for internet and for remote sensing. So space startups originating mainly from the Bay Area, from Stanford, from NASA Ames, I can make many examples. They have hundreds of satellites of this type in orbit to take images, high-resolution images of the Earth every 24 hours. So imagine the potential of that, monitoring and remote sensing capabilities, and not only in the visible spectrum, also employing radars that penetrate through clouds and can take images irrespective of weather and illumination conditions. So this has really changed the environment. And the second aspect that happened in the last 5 to 10 years that I would like to mention is the first steps we are doing into creating a circular space economy. So what does it mean? This means that space services are now provided to space users What was in the past a space service intended only for ground users, now it has become a space service to space user. And the milestone that opened that door was in 2019, when Northrop Grumman launched the first mission extension vehicle, MEV-1. MEV-1, for the first time in human history, was able to approach a geostationary satellite in a geostationary orbit, an Intersat satellite that you use for TV broadcasting, and prolong its lifetime by about 5 years. Keep in mind that there are about 500 geostationary satellites out there, mainly for TV broadcasting. They have about 10 years of lifetime. They cost about $300 million. They end their life because they run out of propellant. They need to be kept within very tiny slots. And when they are approaching the end of their lifetime, they need to be retired. They need to be brought up 300 kilometers in a graveyard orbit, which is stable for maybe 100 years. Now, imagine the business case of being able to get there, and instead of disposing them in this graveyard orbit, we prolong their lifetime by carrying propellant, by doing refueling, by taking control of these satellites. And this happened for the first time in 2019. US and China are investing a lot of resources and funds in what the DoD calls ISAM, which is in-space servicing, assembly, and manufacturing, which is the next big thing that is happening, today.
Drew.
Two things. There's, as you may be well aware, a significant revolution underway with respect to electricity generation, energy generation. Biology is normally powered by photosynthesis, leaves harvesting solar energy and turning it into chemical energy. But the amount of photosynthesis on Earth is flat over time. It's about 90 terawatts. Electricity generation is going up. So one thing, if you didn't know about it, you wouldn't see it till it overwhelms you as an opportunity, is in bioengineering, we're figuring out how to take electricity, however you make it, fix carbon from the air, and grow biology from that. And so it's this complicated word called electrobiosynthesis. But the basic idea is anywhere I can generate electricity, not using photosynthesis, I can make biomass. And so that's what the PhD students are starting to work on, because they want to grow on what's growing, and what's growing is electricity generation. Normally you think of a battery as a chemical battery storing voltage or something, but a peptide bond is also a battery, right? And so as we make more and more electricity, we can store some of that energy in biology. The second thing, if you come over to bioengineering, it's not like civil engineering that I remember. Like, the fundamental unit of life is the cell. We're all made of cells. And there's not one cell on Earth that anybody fully understands. And so when we do bioengineering work, it's Edisonian tinker and test, relentlessly. Design, build, test, learn, try again. Design, build, test, learn. And if you think about how this building was built, this building was not a research project. There were uncertainties around the Gantt chart and when deliveries were made and whatnot, but this building represents mature engineering, design, build, work, and then we can enjoy the building. But bioengineering is not like that yet because there's no cell we understand. The thing that's unfolding in this decade is efforts to construct cells from molecules we understand in this bottom-up process of cellular construction. And my bet is we get that done within as close as 3 years. The Chinese think they can do it by 2032. I think we could do it faster. But when that happens, the entire practice of bioengineering matures from bioengineering projects as research projects to bioengineering projects as engineering projects. The kids today who program computers are learning how to program computers, and you make mistakes and you debug, but it's not fundamental scientific research in the same way that bioengineering is right now. So I just want to flag at this very low root level, understanding and gaining operationally complete capacity with respect to cells will herald a significant transition in bioengineering.
So Herb, your job is to look across all the 10 technologies, among other things, and pull out the recent important developments across them. What do you think is important for them to know?
Let me talk about two that really stood out in this. One is a trend towards what I'll call increasingly democratized access to technologies, to these advanced technologies. That is, it used to be, a long time ago, that the United States had pretty good control over technology in the world. It was the source of advanced technology. Government funded it well, and there was, you sort of knew where advanced technology was going to come from. That world is no longer here. The technologies are diffusing throughout the world. There are very, very, very smart competitors, scientists and engineers, and in competing nations. Competing nations isn't just China; they're allies too. I mean, France, Canada, and so on. A lot of others compete with the United States in trying to develop scientific talent to exploit these technologies, and in many of these cases, the expertise needed to fiddle with them, to experiment, is sort of diffusing downwards. So especially in synthetic biology, for example, and robotics, you see high school students doing real work. They do things now. High school students can do things now that it used to take PhDs to do in these fields. And this creates a very complex policy environment when you have all these multiple actors running around doing things that a single government no longer controls. I mean, so the policy space is very much more complicated. And I guess the other thing that I wanted to highlight here is that this started out as a technology, it's Stanford Emerging Technology Review. And so the focus was on technology. And it's still an appropriate focus for it. But one of the things that becomes very clear when you think about technology as it relates to social good and societal application and so on, is that technology problems aren't technology problems. They're not just technology. They involve economics, they involve policy, they involve social acceptance. For example, we have in the nuclear field, you may have heard that there was a recent breakthrough in fusion, in nuclear fusion. For the first time, we broke even. That's for the second time, we've done it twice now. We did better than break even on generating energy from a fusion process. Wonderful, good. Was it a genuine scientific breakthrough? Absolutely yes. But does that mean fusion is just around the corner? No. Scientific feasibility isn't the same thing as engineering feasibility, right? So what we broke even on was that we had lasers shining on a target on a fusion target, so that the energy from the lasers going into it was less than the energy that was released. So you got more energy out than you did going in with the lasers. But if you take into account the energy used to power the lasers, you didn't get anywhere near break even. That's engineering feasibility. And so getting to that point where we get engineering feasibility to get more energy in than you get more energy out than you put in, that's a lot farther away. Okay? The press makes it think this is all just around the corner. Even the most optimistic people in fusion say that it's 10 or 15 years away to get anything to get anything real out of this. And these are questions of economics and acceptability and so on. Societal acceptability. Where are you going to put these things? And where are you going to get the fuel from? Right now, the most important, one of the biggest producers of the fuel that you would use is Russia. That doesn't make me feel more secure. And so there are all kinds of considerations like that. Where are you going to get the fuel? So many considerations like this that go beyond mere scientific feasibility. So those are the two things that I want to highlight.
Great. So in the interest of time, I'm going to combine the pessimism with the optimism. And you can pick which balance you want to favor. Talk about, and Simone, we'll start with you. What's one grand challenge that we should all be thinking about? And what excites you? You can pick one or both.
Okay. I would like to mention one grand challenge and one grand opportunity to strike that balance. So first of all, the grand challenge. Now, could you imagine roads and cities, a mobility ground infrastructure without gas stations, without auto repair shops? Could you imagine single-use cars, single-use airplanes? Obviously not. Okay? So this is now the situation in near Earth orbit. So there are about 10,000 working operational satellites out of the 30,000 that we are able to track, which are 10 centimeters and larger from the ground. And these 10,000 operational satellites are surrounded by about 1 million of objects that are, flying at kilometers per second. These are ticking bombs. Someone was worried that this was a bomb. Actually, if you put that in space, this is a bomb, flying at kilometers per second. Whatever it hits is going to explode. And so we need a shift of paradigm. A scientist from NASA called Kessler postulated the Kessler syndrome. When the density of the population of space objects reaches a certain threshold that is obviously difficult to quantify, a single collision would cause a cascade of events and cause a debris cloud around the planet and would render space inaccessible to humans for decades to go. So this is a huge grand challenge. That requires a shift of paradigm, a shift of mentality. We are currently in the wild west of space in the sense that there is no space traffic management system. There is no accountability for how space actors behave in space. It's like having traffic on the roads without traffic rules. So this is a grand challenge. And we can talk about potential solutions that rely on policy and on technology and the combination of the two. Because in this field, policy can foster new markets. The market, for example, of on-orbit servicing, being able to repair spacecraft, being able to remove spacecraft from orbit, for example, etc. Now, this was a bit the pessimistic view. I am an optimist. So, what about the opportunity? Very briefly, if we combine forces, the combination of so-called distributed space systems, distributed space system is my research topic, is the usage of multiple spacecraft that work together to accomplish objectives which are otherwise impossible or very difficult to achieve by a single spacecraft. Combining distributed space systems with new AI algorithms and with remote sensing technology can give us the data to create a digital twin of the Earth. A digital twin that can be used to predict, to monitor, to mitigate, to prevent disasters of all type on Earth. Understanding the Earth and understanding human activity on the Earth in an unprecedented way through a digital twin that is boosted by space technology in combination with AI. We can do this, and so this is the opportunity I see. If we work together, when I say together, I mean academia, industry, policymakers.
Drew.
The opportunity is biology develops as a general purpose technology. Anything we can encode in DNA, we can grow, anywhere we need to grow it. That's the opportunity. That's what bioengineering represents. What that means practically is when you think about how much energy goes through biology, we have a manufacturing capacity on this planet easily to enable 10 billion Homo sapiens to flourish in partnership with all life on Earth without trashing the planet. Like the physics of flourishing are very good. That's the root level opportunity. The challenge is we don't believe it. So, Jen Brophy and I, we teach Introduction to Bioengineering to just under 200 Stanford first-year undergrads. And we do a survey. Our matriculating teenagers will be in their 50s in the 2050s. So the survey is called 50s in the 50s. All right? And we just ask them 3 questions. Do you think that the climate will be cool and calm or hot and chaotic? Do you think that biodiversity will be gray and gone or reviving and restoring? Do you think humanity will be better off or worse off? And our best and brightest in this seat of privilege return thumbs down at about a 70 to 80% rate. And we surveyed them independently, and then 5 minutes later we give them the response to the poll, and they all groan because they were hoping it was just them, not most of them. So that's the challenge. Like, do we believe we can get to flourishing? And if we believe that, can we turn it into practical manifestations of doing that? And what's up for grabs, frankly, is whether or not the United States is the place that gives birth to that next dream and brings it forward and leads the world towards multilateral flourishing. Martin Luther King Jr.'s speech was not, "I have an emerging technology." Sorry, right? It was a different type of tool, a dream to organize a movement towards something.
Herb, final thoughts, and then we'll open it up to your questions.
Well, what was clear in all of this was that obviously the technology, people here on campus develop the technologies, they research it because they believe in the promise. So you have to be an optimist to do all of that stuff. You have to say, I can make the world a better place, okay? And my technology has whatever it is I'm working on has the potential to be better. So that's really good. But there's almost always downsides to some aspect of the technology in some way. And it takes policy to mitigate those downsides. So the optimism is seeing the technologists at work. It's very exciting. I'm a technologist myself in certain ways. I love seeing the technology, and I love playing with the technology. I love seeing what it can do. But I've also worked in the policy space as well. And getting consensus on policy, on how to mitigate the downsides, that's really hard. One could argue that that's much harder than any of the engineering challenges, which are, in fact, in some sense, much more straightforward than getting a bunch of fractious people with different value sets and so on to come to consensus on what we should do to mitigate the policy. So that's the downside.
Well, we have a time for several questions, so if you raise your hand, we'll make sure we get a microphone to you. So we'll start with over here, and then I saw a question in the back in the middle.
How far away are we, it's for Drew, how far away are we getting to semiconductor properties coming out of these things, particularly C5 compounds?
So in 2018, the Semiconductor Research Corporation put out a roadmap for synthetic biology, 20-year roadmap, if I'm understanding your question correctly. And in their estimation, if you spent $5 billion a year in R&D for 20 years, you could get to 2038 and we'd be able to use biology to do bottom-up self-assembly of abiotic computing hardware. Total fantasy today. It's not even close to being true. But there's one roadmap out there that maps out a 20-year agenda to get to growing computers. The biology is not the computer. It's just a complement to top-down lithography, traditional manufacturing, Taiwan Semiconductor. The other thing I could point to as just a postcard, Francis Arnold, Nobel laureate out of Caltech, in the last couple of years showed that you could use enzymes to catalyze silicon bonds, carbon silicon bonds, and interesting material science chemistries that biology normally doesn't do. All right, so there's a promise that we could bootstrap a fourth quadrant in the bioeconomy, which I would call biotech for tech. Right? We've got biotech for food, medicine, and stuff, but biotech for tech doesn't exist yet, and strategically we might want to invest in it because that, from my perspective, will pull forward the fundamental R&D needed to make bioengineering really a solid engineering field.
So I know we had a hand up in the, yes, here in the you have a microphone right behind you.
I I'd be curious about what the three of you think about how the United States remains in the forefront of these technologies and what is critical to doing that.
Maybe I can start. So, US is still the leader in space technology. I say still, despite the progress, the huge progress of China, which is a very close second. But the question is for how long? China is mirroring or most of the space capabilities in space. China has a space station in orbit. China has a rover on Mars. China has a GPS navigation system called Beidou, and is preparing for a mega constellation similar to the one that US is building. And so it's obviously critical that US maintains that the leadership because space is really the ultimate contested frontier after sea, land, and air. And so there is no doubt that energy and investments needs to be put and continue to be put in a way to maintain that leadership in space technology. And policy can play a role in eliminating those barriers, eliminating those aspects that are hindering rather than protecting US innovation. Now, this is a very debatable topic, but something that I consider not beneficial today to be able to maintain that leadership, even if it sounds a little bit paradoxical, are the current export control and ITAR rules. And I will say just a few words about that. What gave the US the edge in history is the access to a job market which is worldwide. We are talking about billions of people rather than the limitation to its own population, which is what most of the other countries, or actually all other countries in the world, are limited to. They have as a pool of talent only their own people. Instead, the US, over the course of history, had as a pool of talent the complete world. And so now this is one reason why the way that now current policy in export control and ITAR is hindering, also because it's more difficult to get access to the cutting edge research and technology that is being developed in academia. And so this is the start of obviously of a longer discussion, but that's my opinion on that.
We're pretty good on bioscience. We're behind on biotech, engineering, and industrialization and translation, specifically with respect to China. We think of biology in the United States as mostly a health topic, and we tend to resource it to work on immediate applications in the clinic. So the whole field of genetic engineering has been overdriven by utility for the last several decades. It would be as if you were a computer scientist and you could only get funding to work on a mobile phone app that would help a doctor with a patient in an office. But if you said, I want to work on a new programming language or a new operating system, people are like, why do you need that? All right, that's what bioengineering's like. You get almost no money for fundamental engineering research. We live in this bubble of imagined privilege around our biological excellence in terms of knowledge and technology, and also because of our bountiful land. The last time I was in China a decade ago, so it's a little bit out of date, I was having dinner with the agricultural minister, and his comment was, I'm surprised we have enough food and water for the population. And just adopt that mindset and think about how you will approach an emerging technology that needs to be translated at scale to maintain stability of a nation. All right, like we don't always feel that drive to take our scientific innovations and turn them into reality that we see China in particular leading on. And yeah, I'd be misstating it if I didn't represent we were behind on translation and industrialization with respect to biotech.
So I would just add, it's such an excellent question. There's a corollary to that question. It's not enough to ask where are we ahead and where are we behind. Where are there hidden fragilities in our entire innovation ecosystem? And one of the hidden fragilities is the erosion of the academy, right? So if you look, for example, at AI, 2/3 of US PhDs in artificial intelligence are not going into academia, right? They're going to industry. What does that mean? We're eating our seed corn. We have fewer and fewer faculty training the next generation, right? Now you couple that with, we've talked about this in AI, where you have in a handful of large companies, the talent, the compute power, the data, the capability for frontier models. And that's a good thing, but it's also a bad thing. If you combine the top 10 engineering schools in the United States combined, they do not have the compute power to do the frontier AI models that these companies are doing. Why does that matter? Because universities, unlike companies, pursue research on the frontier of the frontier without expectation of commercial profit. And so many of the things that we think of as overnight commercial successes took decades of research in universities, basic research in universities. Herb pointed out to me that the cryptography that protects our data online developed after decades of research in pure math. The overnight success Drew has talked about of the mRNA vaccine took decades of academic research in biology and bioengineering. And so it's not just a self-serving, we need more resources at Stanford argument. It's a we need to make sure we have the foundational capabilities in the organizations that have been pivotal to the innovation ecosystem for the United States. So I'm afraid we are out of time. I don't want Eric Waken to give me that, that signal that he did yesterday. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Amy, Simone, Drew, and Lynn. Herb, thanks so much. Folks, we actually have a 90-minute break for lunch, which will take place next door. And we'll see you back in 90 minutes. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to the Hauk Auditorium. The program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. We are ready to begin.
Welcome back. May I have your attention, please? Welcome back. I hope you all had a good lunch and are feeling rested and refreshed. I'm Chris Dower, Hoover's Chief External Relations Officer, and I have been summoned to the podium to introduce our next speaker. He'll be familiar to you all because he's been our genial master of ceremonies the past few days. But, and as you know already, he does a lot at Hoover. He's both Condi's deputy, and he is the director of the Library and Archives. So there's really nothing he can't do, except one thing. He cannot introduce himself. So that's where I come in. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome back to the stage, this time the main part of the stage, Eric Waken.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. My one goal in my presentation is just to introduce you to the joy of film and history and how they're connected, not just to history, but how they're connected to Hoover values. So what I've done is, with some of my colleagues, chosen some examples of the various moving image items that are both in the Hoover collections or about Hoover. And my title, Films from the Library and Archives, I mean it that way. They're both of Hoover in the sense of about the institution and in the institution stored in collections. They're home movies in our collections, documentaries, publicity newsreels, television shows, speeches, stuff about mathematics. One of my colleagues, Vishnu Jani, did an inventory of all the collections that have film, and that's celluloid, nitrate, digital, and there's over 400. And frankly, we don't know every individual item, so we've gone through and just chosen some. A lot of my colleagues helped with this project. I just want to call a few of them out because I know some of them are in the room. Samira Bazorgi, Ed Kasanek, Chris Marino, Bert Patenow, Roxanne Peck, Anatol Shmelev, Florent Vial, and many others. So what we'll do is I've chosen about 10 clips, and I'll introduce each one, and then I'll play it. They're really excerpts from smaller, from larger pieces to give you a sense of the scope of the collections, from the Tsar to Milton Friedman to Frida Kahlo. So I want to start with success story. Long before reality TV, American Idol, The Bachelor, there was actually a live television program that went around the Bay Area to factories, cultural institutions. Mostly it was about businesses, frankly. They did a live 4-camera broadcast every week from a business in the Bay Area. It's absolutely incredible. And they would go to a factory, and you're on one floor they're doing this, one floor they're doing this. It's live cameras. And actually in 1957, Success Story came to the Hoover Institution. And so it was produced by a company called Richfield Oil, which has since been absorbed by BP. And I read about the Success Story visit to Hoover in a book by my colleague Bert Patenow because we have the paper records of their visit and some stills. And I was looking with my colleague Chris Marino all over the United States for a copy of this reel. I was like, is it with BP, the successor of Richfield Oil? Is it at the advertising agency that succeeded the advertising agency? I called various archives. And Chris is much smarter than I, looked at the Stanford Library collections and found a copy of the reel. Not at Hoover, but at Stanford, sitting there in its celluloid form, never having been digitized. So we had it digitized. So what I'm going to show you is about a 2.5-minute clip. I want to warn you, at the beginning there's a countdown, which is, the sound is quite bad. Then the sound is somewhat better in the clip I'll show you. But what they did was they came here and they filmed for half an hour in the tower. So I'm just going to show you the introduction and a bit of it. 1957, over 70 years ago, they came to Hoover.
This we know from earliest primitive records. The history of mankind has been stained with the blood of conflict, massacre, revolution, war, in which periodically man has tried to enslave or destroy fellow man. We know also the byproducts of wars and revolutions and constructive reform. Suffering, pain, separation, starvation. And in this century, with great upheavals rocking the entire globe, and with the rapid development of modern weapons, we know the terrifying predictions that man's very existence is threatened. So the documents collected in the turmoil of war and revolution, which might give clues to the causes, the sort of documents which in the past have so often been inactive, unauthenticated, the original sources lost, become today of unparalleled importance, the key, perhaps, to our survival. In a few moments, we will see many such rare documents at the Hoover Institute and Library on war, revolution, and peace in the 20th century. At Hoover Tower, rising 285 feet above the Stanford University campus at Palo Alto, California. While directing the American Relief in Belgium in 1919, Stanford University's most illustrious alumnus and trustee, Herbert Hoover, conceived the idea of a collection, which today has grown to a vast treasury of millions of items of international and historical importance. Success Story, a live on-the-spot telecast from selected locations in the greater San Francisco Bay Area, is brought to you each week as a public service by Richfield, makers of Rich Lube 1030 motor oil, Richfield gasoline, and a complete line of years ahead Richfield petroleum products. The purpose of this institution is to promote peace. Its records stand as a challenge to those who promote war. They should attract those who search for peace. This legend is above the elevator in the great entrance hall of Hoover Tower and is taken from Mr. Hoover's dedication address when the tower opened in 1941.
Okay, I pause there. The rest of it is they go to each curator, have them dump material on the tables, and they look through it. But it's quite an incredible momentary portrait of the institution. It gives a sense of what this company wanted to show about Hoover. And I want to segue from there to something else we discovered in the archives, which is actually even more remarkable. In 1941, we dedicated the Hoover Tower. By the way, you saw the document that the narrator read, the frieze above the door that the narrator read. That's still in the tower. For those of you who visited the tower today, you saw that. Still there, still our mission. Anyway, we're digging around the archives, and my colleague pointed out that there is actually a color film of Herbert Hoover speaking at the tower in the year it was opened, but not about the dedication of the tower, but about the 50th anniversary of the founding of Stanford University in 1941. And it's also Mr. Hoover's 50th anniversary because he attended the first class. So we had it digitized. You are seeing, it's probably the first color film of Mr. Hoover, and this is only, as far as we can tell, the second time the film has ever been shown. He was filmed in front of the tower in 1941. They showed it in what became Memorial Auditorium in October of that year, and as far as we can tell, it hasn't been shown anywhere else. So I have a clip of Mr. Hoover. The sound is not as good in this one as the previous one, but I have subtitles on this one as well. So here you go. It's Mr. Hoover, 1941. And what I'd urge you to do is listen for what he says the purpose of a university is at the end of it. When he talked about Mr. Hoover, he talked about the institution when he founded it. He said it should be more than a mere library, which in fact you see today. This is one of the things I talk about. You see today, we are much more than a library and an archive, right? We are the best and most important public policy institute in the world, but also with the library and archive. So I was like listening to Mr. Hoover. We'll play him.
Mr. Cutler, Dr. Wilbur, fellow men and women of Stanford, I might mention to you without undue pride that I have the dubious title of being the first resident student on this campus. Now, that timely arrival was not pure idealism. It was a practical job of cramming in an effort to get admitted at all. And I was only admitted through the imaginative minds of 2 Stanford professors. And I stood over there about 200 feet away and watched the ceremony of the opening of this university. I had at that time never listened to great speakers on public questions before, and it was all very wonderful. And it was one occasion when I was warranted in believing everything that was said. And I don't know that these proceedings today are wholly comfortable for some of us. I just like to think that I've been on the road for 50 years. But again, after 50 years more, many of you will come back and you will glory in the institution that gave you your chance in life. And the university is more than just a help to you individually. It is a great living thing, radiating truth, justice, and freedom. And if you work for it, and care for it, and serve it in these next 50 years, it will give even a greater service to mankind.
Think about Barry Weiss's conversation last night, truth, justice, freedom, right? The original idea of what a university should be, open inquiry and free inquiry. And that's something we need to get back to as a society and as universities need to get back there. Now, so from those 2 sort of framing devices, people looking at Hoover, Mr. Hoover, some of our earliest collections are from a collection by a guy named Herman Axelbank, who got interested in film because as a young boy in New York, he got a job as an office boy in the 19-teens working for Samuel Goldfish. Name doesn't ring a bell. That was what Samuel Goldwyn's original name was. He got a job there and he got interested in the film business in the 19-teens, not necessarily in doing films, but in collecting films. And he once famously said to a friend of his, "I wish I could take moving pictures over there in Russia. We don't have any of our own American Revolution in 1775. And so what he did in the 19-teens was he bought film, silent film that had been filmed in Russia in the early teens through the revolution, and he expanded this into a large business where he bought film from people filming in Europe in the teens, in the 20s, and the 30s, a lot of stuff on communism and on Russia, and he would then lend it out both to Russians and other people to make films over time. He was somewhat apolitical, but what I want to show you is a pair of items. One is I took some of the silent film that he has done, and I'm going to put it up here with my narration, which will be poor. And then I'm going to follow that with, and the silent film I'm going to show you is from about 1915 to 1919. It's not clear because a lot of it's all spliced together. And then I'm going to show you how some of that film was actually used 20 years later to make a film about the Russian Revolution, which is called From Tsar to Lenin in 1937. So you're going to see the narrator of From Tsar to Lenin is a fellow named Max Eastman, whom you may not know, was an American radical left-wing activist. He actually published a very well-known journal in the 19-teens called The Masses. It was a great literary magazine as well as a socialist magazine, and he narrates this film about the coming of communism as a good thing. The great thing for me about Max Eastman, you'll hear his voice, is that later in life, like many others who were attracted to the left in the 20th century, he saw the error of his ways and became a contributing writer to National Review later in his life. But he famously said, the Soviet Union was the most perfect tyranny in all history. And that was after he went, he was a great radical, right? He published this radical magazine. Then he went and saw the Stalin purges in 1920 and came back very disillusioned and horrified by it. One more item about Max Eastman, whose voice you'll hear, is that he also had, this is apropos of Jennifer Burns' presentation, he was a contributing editor to Reader's Digest later in the century. And those of you who really know your history of Friedrich Hayek, the first significant publication of his Road to Serfdom was not as a book, it was in Reader's Digest magazine. And that's how almost all Americans were introduced to Hayek. And it's because of Max Eastman, this former lefty, who then became not interested in communism, that Hayek's words really were distributed broadly in America. So which I think is a great coincidence. All right, so the whole Axel Bank collection, all the films are in the archives here. They've been used in a number of ways. I don't think we've digitized them all, which is a challenge to preserving them. But let's watch the raw footage. I'm going to attempt to narrate what you're seeing. So religious procession in Moscow. You're going to see the St. Basil's Cathedral. Some people standing on a bridge. You're going to see a gentleman stroll across who's a police officer. My curator, Anatol Shmelev, tells me this fellow. Now you see the troops out. We think it's the 1913 celebration of 300 years of the Romanov dynasty, which was not going to last much longer. The gentleman on horseback, some dispute about who it might be. Minister of War Sulaminov, Georgy Trubetskoy, who was commander of the Imperial Guard, we're still disputing who it is. You're going to see a parade come up in a moment, which will actually have Nicholas and Alexandra, the Tsar and Tsarina, after the religious figures. So 1913 in Moscow. You know, the whole family's there. There's the Tsar, his wife, followed by the dukes. No Rasputin, no. So 1913, 4 years before the revolution started, and then wiped them out in 1919. You're going to then segue to some clips from revolutionary crowds about 1917 in Moscow. You'll see some banners, which my colleague Anatol translated. Long live the Social Democratic Republic. Proletarians of all countries unite. Long live the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. There's some, and then you see Trotsky, who we'll turn up later, leaning out there, haranguing the crowd. And you'll see Lenin next. Now, I know my narration is excellent, but Max Eastman's much better than I am. There's our boy Lenin. So it's a rich historical resource, right? Everything in it, you can go through it and do whatever you want with it. There's reams and reams, hundreds of reels of material in Russia and Eastern Europe. Okay, so that's the film. Then it was subsequently used in a film that Axel Bank wanted to do in 1937 about the end of the Tsar's reign. And that was a 1937 film from Tsar to Lenin. What you're going to see is a trailer, which puts together a lot of it, which was sort of reproduced more recently, but it's the original 1937 film just reproduced. I need a band for my performance.
The moving body of the power that overthrew the Tsarist autocracy and initiated those events which have altered the whole course of modern history. Stop the war. Confiscate the land. Russia belongs to the workers and peasants. All power to the Soviets. A civil war has to be ruthless, said Kolchak to his minister Ginn. I give orders to my officers to shoot all communist prisoners. Either we'll shoot them or they us. It was so in England in the Wars of the Roses. It must be so with us. The white officers stand guard while their aides remove the shoes of the Bolshevik prisoners. The red soldier laughs at death. The red soldier is still laughing.
Impartial. So correct usage of silent film with a little narrator, a little music really makes it come to life. And many of our films in the archives have been then licensed and used in other places. I'm not going to show it to you, but we have the only film taken of the bombing of Hiroshima, taken by a plane that followed, the Enola Gay. And when you see films of the explosion from the air, that's a film from our collection that's been used and licensed all over. Okay, so keeping with the Russia theme, I'm going to segue into what is, believe it or not, I think my favorite film about the Hoover archives, and it's a film made by Russian propaganda TV. Now, some of you may remember, because I showed this about 6 or 7 years ago, but you've probably forgotten. In 2018, Russian state television produced a 3-hour documentary, a conspiracy-laden documentary on the version of the 1917 revolution, of which you saw some, that argued that it was Wall Street bankers and the USA who were responsible for the overthrow of the Romanovs. What did they choose to use for the 3-minute trailer was we had an exhibit at the Hoover Library and Archives called Crown Under Hammer. Right, it was about the crown under the hammer of the revolution. We had exhibit material in our exhibit pavilions and at the Stanford Cantor Museum in 2018. So a Russian film crew came in, filmed it, stole some stuff from the film online web version, and then put a narration over it and called their 3-hour propaganda documentary Crown Under Hammer. It was broadcast first on a small religious station, but then on a larger Rossiya television, the number 2 television station in Russia. So I'm going to show you the trailer for this Crown Under Hammer show, and I want you to note at the very end the secret power that they attribute to the Hoover Institution, and don't let anyone know we have this power. You'll see what I mean. You ready? It's my favorite.
Соединенные Штаты Америки, Калифорния, университетский городок Стэнфорд. Здесь находится один из самых закрытых исследовательских институтов США – Гуверовский институт войны, революции и мира, который некоторые считают частью закулисы мирового правительства. В январе 2018 года здесь открылась выставка. Она была посвящена русским революциям и императору Николаю II. Среди главных экспонатов выставки проект «Черновик» манифеста отречения государя от престола. Его передала в Гуверовский институт вдова Николая де Базилии, который был заведующим дипломатической частью канцелярии Николая II в 1917 году. Нам показалось, что эта выставка – некий отчет о победе над Российской империей. На все наши просьбы поснимать официальную экспозицию и предоставить возможность задать вопросы экспертам нам отказали. Все наши действия, как журналистов, находились в тот момент под особым контролем. А любительские кадры, снятые нами на мобильный телефон, и это кажется невероятным, были удалены дистанционно с карты памяти нашего смартфона. Возникло стойкое ощущение, что кто-то очень не хотел, чтобы мы копались в прошлом. А ведь мы всего-то хотели узнать, какую роль в крушении Российской империи сыграли Соединенные Штаты Америки и ее бизнес-элита.
I'm always pleased to see the Library and Archives having effect on the authoritarians in Russia. It was one of our best exhibits from a non-secret. It was a great exhibit. Okay, so I'm going to show you a segue to Trotsky again, because we have great film taken of Trotsky after he left Russia, was pushed out by Stalin, escaped to Mexico, and when he went to Mexico, 1930, the film's from 1938. Stalin had him killed with a kind of pickaxe, climbing axe, about 1940. And what the film shows is Trotsky, his wife Natalia Sedova, with Diego Rivera, the artist, and his wife, the artist Frida Kahlo, who's a better artist than Diego Rivera, in Coyoacan, Mexico. Now, Diego Rivera and Frida Kahlo took in the Trotsky and his wife to her house, Casa Azul, Blue House, and Trotsky and Frida Kahlo promptly carried on an affair in the house, and it really drove Diego Rivera crazy. this, in another coincidence, which is kind of incredible, in 1939, the Hoover Library and Archives sent a representative to Mexico to buy Trotsky's papers. And we're trying to convince the skeptical man to donate the papers. He said, no way, he's selling them. But he said, what's the name of your institution? And when he was told by this guy, Merrill Spalding, we were the Hoover Institution on War, Revolution, and Peace, Spalding wrote down that Trotsky said, a fine name, the war of capitalist imperialism, the socialist revolution rising out of that war, and the lasting peace that will follow. Trotsky was asking in 1939 $50,000, which was impossible for the Hoover Institution at that point. So we turned him down. It turned out he continued to negotiate with Harvard, and a year later he got much more hard up for money. He accepted an offer of $6,000 for his papers to Harvard, not to us, unfortunately. The telegram from Harvard informing him that the sale of the papers, sale of his papers had been successful, arrived at his home in the morning of August 20th, 1940, and he was killed that afternoon. So should have sold the papers to us earlier and could have left Mexico. Anyway, all right. So this is a silent film also, but it's good to see because you really get to see them all together in their house, which is kind of nice. There's an older Trotsky, right? Frida Kahlo, Diego Rivera, right there, Frida. Stalin had him under intense surveillance, so knew everything he was doing. Stalin was paying some of his bodyguards, and one of them killed him. We actually have some amazing Frida Kahlo material in our collections, too. This is just a year after Tsar until Lenin came out as a movie, by the way, right? 38 now. There is in his study, Trotsky. I'm often asked by supporters, what's the collection that got away that I'm most sad of, before my time. It's certainly this one. This would have been an incredible collection to have. But we're still after some other ones, so no problem. Okay. Moving up. Milton Friedman's papers are in the archives. You heard Jennifer Burns talk about them. He produced an excellent television series called Free to Choose. I think Jennifer mentioned it. And it was different 30-minute or 1-hour episodes broadcast on public television about the free market and free market economics, 1980s onward. We have a lot of these in our collections. They're also online somewhere else because they were released somewhere else. And a lot of Milton Friedman's writings and some of his videos are on a website the Hoover Institution maintains called it's miltonfriedman.hoover.org, which, thanks to the efforts of Roger and Martha Mertz, is still up there for people to access Milton Friedman's material. And one of the things we need to do as an archive, and you'll hear me say a little bit more of this at the very end, is continue to make these materials available online, right? People can come in here, ask us to digitize them, and look at them in the reading room, but once we put them online, as you'll see with Firing Line, which we'll come to, more and more people are able to see them. So I'm just going to show you an excerpt. This is the Free to Choose episode that features both Mr. Schultz, Milton Friedman, and Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's just the intro piece to that. Here you go.
I'm George Schultz. I used to be Secretary of State, and before that, Secretary of the Treasury. I've also known Milton Friedman for about 4 decades, and I've benefited greatly from my exposure to him and to his ideas. He's a great economist, a great scholar, and a great idea man. So let's remember what that great humorist Will Rogers used to say. Just be thankful you're not getting all the government you're paying for. But then it would be better if we got less and also paid less.
Human and political freedom has never existed and cannot exist without a large measure of economic freedom.
Freedom is making choices. What's best for me? What do I want to do?
We all want to be free to choose.
No government official is telling these people what to do.
Parental control. Parents choosing the teacher. Parents monitoring the schooling.
Free to live your own life, pursue your own goals, chase your own rainbow, without the government breathing down on your neck or standing on your shoes.
It's really hard to emphasize, and those of us of my age and so on remember Friedman's popular press presence in Newsweek, on television, and so on. But it's hard to really understand how powerful he was as a public intellectual, if you will, in his day, right? In an era with much narrower media, right? There were only a few channels you could watch and so on. So he was a towering intellectual figure, as Jennifer Burns was saying. And a lot of the things he was willing to do as an economist, align with the institution, right? Getting the public policy out there to an informed public and helping educate them, not just doing academic papers, which is what all of our scholars aim to do, right? Reach broad audiences. Friedman was really adept at it, and he programs, Newsweek essays, all sorts of things. He's really, really unusual and unique academic. Okay, so moving a little bit forward now, probably our most famous film collection is the collection of Firing Line with William F. Buckley. It's 1,500 episodes, broadcast from 1966 to 1999. How many of you, I grew up watching anyone, yeah, so big audience. Younger generations don't know who William F. Buckley is. I introduce my kids to him. I make them watch them sometimes. We've had most success of any of our digitized collections with this. This 1,500 episodes, but we've only done about a third of them digitized. Put them on YouTube, and vast numbers of people are watching them. And the reason we were able to do that with Firing Line is because when we bought this collection, and we did buy it, we bought the intellectual property for it. So that's probably the biggest hurdle for us as an institution to make the collections in the archives more broadly publicly available online is copyright issues. In this case, we own the copyright in the collection of many smaller collections. If you have in the Milton Friedman collection, for example, right? Jennifer talked about many letters that came in. Every individual letter writer is the copyright holder for that letter. So for us to get permission to put those letters online, we need to get the heirs of each of those letters. After a certain point, after death, it doesn't matter, but we need to do all that research. And that's the bigger hurdle than the cost of the servers, the scanning, or anything else. But luckily, with Firing Line, we own the rights, and so we've been able to make it broadly available. For those of you who don't know, it was the longest running public affairs show with a single host in television history. And Buckley interviewed a rich collection of Americans' religious, cultural, political leaders. Thankfully, in 2018, Firing Line was reprised by Hoover overseer Margaret Hoover. I don't know if she's here. Anyway, Margaret reprised Firing Line 2018, and she's continuing this tradition of interviewing important cultural figures. It's called Firing Line with Margaret Hoover. Now, you can watch it on PBS and stream it online. So what I've got here for you is a 2-minute promotional reel, which gives you a sense of the breadth of different speakers who are on the show. And then I've chosen one with excerpts featuring Barry Goldwater, Margaret Thatcher, and Tom Sowell. But most importantly, the other excerpt is, you'll see Buckley, at the beginning of the other excerpt, he talks about a book that Hoover published. It's this book here. Now, the reason I'm showing it to you is because it's so heavy that at the very end of his introduction, he reaches down to pick it up, but he can't quite pick it up. You'll see when he does that. But he does talk about this book, and this was the book that Milton Friedman. There are 40 Hoover contributors in the back. This is one of the books that was used to inform the Reagan administration of the sensible public policy matters that Hoover had written about. It was one of the now we use different channels, right? But back in the day, it was a book you gave to someone, and it's one of the most important books we've published as a paper object in the history of the institution. I know Chris is a big fan of the book, too. All right, let's see some Firing Line.
Firing Line was never conceived as an interview. It was conceived, and indeed the original contract specifically called for an exchange of opinion. The idea was that a conservative position on many matters of public policy tends to be ignored or trivialized in a mighty communications industry wired to the pressure points of contemporary and even trendy American liberalism. Accordingly, the producers thought, why not experiment and see if a conservative view of current affairs could survive the battering week after week of expert proponents of the left? I'd like to begin by asking Hugh Hefner, Dr. Timothy Leary, Ronald Reagan, Groucho Marx, Richard Nixon, Milton Friedman, George Wallace, Dame Rebecca West, Allen Ginsberg, Norman Mailer, Truman Capote, Jack Kerouac, Eldridge Cleaver, Muhammad Ali, Noam Chomsky, Clay Booth Luce, Mortimer Adler, Jesse Jackson, Huey Newton, Phyllis Schlafly, James Earl Carter Jr., Malcolm Muggeridge, George Bush, Gerald Ford, Carl Bernstein, and Bob Woodward, Aled Lowenstein, Tom Wolfe, Jorge Luis Borges, Margaret Thatcher, Friedrich von Hayek, Ferdinand Marcos, Gordon Liddy, Joan Baez, Edward Koch, Edward Teller, John Kenneth Galbraith, Thomas Sowell, the 14th Dalai Lama, Newt Gingrich, Christopher Hitchens, Benjamin Netanyahu, Dr. Ron Paul, Mother Teresa, Barry Goldwater, Rush Limbaugh, Dr. Henry Kissinger, Arianna Huffington has a passage of 20 years, whatever it is, paid off in terms of public acuteness in listening to certain arguments.
Hard to imagine a breadth of cultural, intellectual figures such as that. It's quite amazing. In fact, one of my sons was reading Jack Kerouac's On the Road, and I made him watch the episode of Kerouac. Kerouac's drunk, and it's kind of crazy. But you can pick out, if there's an intersection with some young people about a cultural figure they're aware of, you can pick this out and show it to them. Muhammad Ali is amazing. They're all amazing. So let's play the next segment because there's some. Now you'll see him. He starts talking about the book. Ready? Here's the book on the table.
The Hoover Institution of Stanford, California, is a caravanserai for worldly scholars who seek to advance public policy toward freedom and security. The institution was founded by Herbert Hoover in 1919 and has grown ever since, housing so extensive a collection of documents on war and peace and the causes of war and peace that Alexander Solzhenitsyn goes there to find material he could not find in Russia about the Russian Revolution. The Hoover Institution Press has published a great deal of material, but with its huge volume, The United States in the 1980s.
Too heavy.
It issues a landmark, perhaps a historic analysis of what it is that is going wrong for America and the free world and what can be done about it.
Someday, the wrong man could come along, and I wouldn't be so concerned about whether he could use these powers to perpetuate himself in office, but how he would use these powers to destroy people that disagreed with him, to pile up voters where voters don't usually pile up. I think Johnson is fully aware of the powers that he has, and he certainly has used them and will use them. Well, of course, the conservative position is that the most progress has been made in history under conservative philosophy. As a conservative, I don't believe that we have to come up with answers to every problem that's posed by an individual or the other party.
I should like to begin by asking Mrs. Thatcher whether there is anything I can do to cause her to feel free to criticize British or American politicians by name, should she be inclined to do so.
I would be pretty unlikely to do so. I spend quite a lot of time doing that at home, naturally, but not here. So I think the question we have to decide now is, where do we go from here? Do you go in the direction of more and more equality, or do you go in a rather different direction towards more and more equality of opportunity?
Well,
and after all, yes, opportunity must mean a chance to be unequal as well as a chance to be equal.
The first black professor at a major university was hired in 1940 at the University of Chicago. And Jews also were excluded from many top colleges and universities during the same era. Again, nonprofit organizations can afford to do this. When there's profit, the cost of doing it is much higher. It would be very hard, for example, for a basketball owner, no matter how racist he was, to try to operate without blacks.
As he showed in the case of the Washington Redskins.
Yes, because there they had a policy of trying to keep blacks off the team for a long time. And it so happened that almost all the leading running backs of that era were black. And of course, as the Washington Redskins began to lose more and more games, it wasn't very long before they decided they better get Bobby Mitchell from Cleveland and put him in the lineup as they did.
I think Buckley confuses basketball and football, but we're okay. So I'm going to take you just one more excerpt of what we're doing now in terms of collecting around moving image. But in the past, the Library and Archives has collected tons of material in boxes, paper material, photographs, journals, diaries, government reports, right? It's an interesting business problem, if you will, because my issues are how much space do I have, how many people do I have to describe a collection, how do I make it available by digitizing it, right? But essentially you're taking paper materials, putting it in boxes, and storing it. Now when I get to video, if they're digital video, okay, the size of the storage physically is quite small. However, on the server, it's quite large. So what we got now is many collections coming in either on videotape, which we have to convert, and I mean, on the docket for us are a lot of really interesting filmed interviews with Polish independence figures around Lech Wałęsa's time, and then government figures after, democracy activists from around the world that Larry Diamond has interviewed that are really interesting in certain countries. And so these are coming in a sort of the hard drive format or otherwise, and so it's an archive. What we're trying to do is figure out ways to store them safely in different places and make them available for audiences, right? Still deal with the rights. But, my vision for the archives in the future is that we've got to be able to ingest, that's the term we use, ingest these into our systems and make them broadly available to the informed public to watch. We're also creating some material ourselves, and what I'm going to do to close out before a few questions is my colleague Halima Kazem has been conducting oral history interviews on video as part of the Hoover Afghanistan Research and Relief Team, H.R. McMaster's project. And she's done 70 interviews with Americans and Afghans who took part in, experienced the Afghan war of 20 years, the rebuilding efforts, and then the Taliban takeover. And these are really, really incredible videos. Again, so we're creating our own, and we're getting them in from outside and trying to figure out what is the future scholar going to want to know about people alive now. And of course, in the era of email, the video interview or the audio interview is quite important and good to do, so we want to send people out to do that. So let's watch a few excerpts from some of Halima's work.
We did believe that. From the day I got there in 2009, we were convinced that when this ended, the Taliban were going to be part of the equation.
The army that we built looked exactly like us, which means, dependence on massive, overwhelming firepower, thousands of contractors, exquisite intelligence, and boundless logistics. When you take away any of those four, but especially when you take all four of them away, you get what we got, which was a collapse.
President Biden's announcement of withdrawal, it played a key role in what happened in the months to come. There we were a government, a security forces which were heavily reliant on logistically for their fuel, for their maintenance of their helicopters and airplanes and tanks and Humvees and cars, for the fuel to the bases, because all these contracts were, these were carried out through the contractors which were being withdrawn. Even the salary system that paid the police and the army, it was done through a contractor.
We spoke with some of the Taliban, not the whole group, some of us, and they accepted that they will not enter Kabul for 2 weeks. And the politicians, Dr. Abdullah, President Karzai, and a group of politicians, they will come and they will sign an agreement that they will not enter Kabul, and they will work on the transitional period.
And when would that take effect? When was that supposed to take effect?
It should have, the time that he ran away.
In the late afternoon of 15th of August, I went back to the U.S. military headquarters, the Resolute Support headquarters. I met with General Peter Vasily, and who was in charge of the coalition forces, and I told him that we need a little bit of help. The Afghan Special Forces and commandos are able to maintain some sort of order in Kabul city and not let the Taliban push in, but I need American help. I need a couple of patrol to move on to JSOC headquarters, to Camp Moorhead, to the Anasak, and then also one element to go to Bagram because the big prison is in Bagram, and we need to coordinate air assets from the 3 positions with Afghan ground assets. He said no, his orders was to move on to the airport. And I said, this will never work. Airport is too small. There's thousands of people in Kabul, ministers, parliamentarians, women activists. And him and I had an argument, and then he turned to me and he said, I don't take orders from you. And by the way, who are you? I don't know you anymore. You don't have a government.
So I think you can see how the silent film was used in SAR unto Lenin. These interviews will be used in films and documentaries and so on. It's an important element of historical record. So I want to close with that. Sorry, it's kind of a bummer, but given what's going on in the world, we should know what happened, and it's good to have the direct eyewitness conversations down on tape so people can listen to them and watch them. So with that, we've got a few minutes left. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer. Thank you. If not, I won't be offended. You get more time for coffee, so don't worry. Kurt, next. Yeah.
Are you attempting cross-referencing all of this wild collection of things?
Yeah, so we have what are called finding aids, which are effectively tables of contents for our collections, and so you can search across them. They're all linked in a place called the Online Archive of California. The challenge is, of course, that the searching is only as good as the data that's available for it, right? So it depends how much resources. The more resources you put towards describing everything carefully, the fewer collections you can actually describe. So we strike a balance of describing collections in reasonable detail so scholars can use them, but the search across collections is not perfect. This is a short answer to the question. I think Kurt had a question over here. Sorry.
So, Eric, I'm reminded of one of Buckley's famous lines. He's interviewing Galbraith for his show, and he comes in late, and Galbraith is already sitting there, and Galbraith says, what took you so long? Why are you late? And Buckley says, it was hard to find an airplane with 2 right wings.
Was a question over there, and I was there. You see, someone over there, and then back down here. Yeah.
Thank you. Great work, Eric. Do you do any work in collaborating? So not just own something or create something, but I think of the Trotsky archives and them being at Harvard, and even if they stayed there, but we had access to them in some way with the metadata so that researchers could have some access to them in a collaborative way. Are you doing anything like that?
Yeah, we've done some limited amount, good question. We've done some limited amount of collaboration. It's usually where things are online already, here or there, and we link them in a finding aid so people can go from Trotsky material in our finding aid to their finding aid and link them. Collaboration is somewhat challenging for archives. The one collaboration story I'll tell you right now, and Jim Jameson knows this, we've been working with, you've probably heard me talk about this because it's been going on for years. We've been working to get the largest private library in Kabul out of Afghanistan. Most of it's out of the country, but we shared the efforts with Harvard University because the fellow who made the archive, Ahmed Shah Wadat, got a fellowship to Harvard. He can't actually get out of the country, but he's got a fellowship. So we're collaborating with them. The books are going there. The newspapers are going here. We're both going to digitize them together in that sense and then create a shared database. So yes, when I can, I collaborate, actually, yes. I think there's a question down here, right, gentleman with the orange.
Eric, I had not appreciated the immense clandestine and electronic capabilities of the archives.
Check your phone.
Now that you do, I have to ask you a question, and I'd like a yes or no answer. Is it true that because Trotsky sold the papers to Harvard rather than to Hoover, that it was the archives and not Stalin who had him assassinated?
Okay, I'm going to leave that question to Charles Palm if he's here. Charles? Excellent. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy, I'll just say. Okay, is there one? One on the way back, sorry, and then in the middle, way back. Amber?
Eric, you have such an enormous amount of material in the archives. It's confusing and I'd like clarification. What is available to the public now? We used to be able to walk into the room and say, we'd like to see, and it would come up. I understand everything is someplace else now. What's the situation to the general public?
Thanks, Amber. Good question. I'm going to make a distinction here. I'm going to insult you. It's another library I like very much, but it's terrible for access. Everything in the collections, with the exception of some extremely fragile material, is available to anyone who comes into the archive. It's not, however, all stored on site. There's probably a third of the collection is stored in Livermore, California, needs to be requested to be brought back. The reason it's stored there is because we built the George Shultz building on top of what used to be underground storage for the archives. But everything in the collections is available. Now, if you ask for a film which had not been digitized, we'd say to you, well, it's available, but we can't play it. We'd have to send it out to digitize it for you, which we do. I want to... My motto is that we got to get stuff to the researchers fast. They should be able to see everything, period. The Huntington Library, which has amazing collections in Pasadena, it's a great library, but to use stuff there, I use it as a contrast, you need letters from your advisor, a long appointment wait, you can't see everything. That's not the way to run an effective library. A library should be making everything in it, within reason, available to all comers, period. That's an effective, democratic, open society, non-elite library. So everything's available. Just takes time to get it. What? Terry's got a question here, and then, yeah.
Follow up on that. So as you are digitizing things, Eric, will those things that have been digitized become available online to everyone around the world?
Yeah. My goal is to digitize material that we can put online. So let me give you an example, because all of you supporters whose support I'm grateful always say to me, how long before you're done? And what I say is, I want to digitize the material I can put online, not the stuff because of copyright I can't put online. So I'm trying to privilege those collections with whom I have relationships with families or institutions or are out of copyright and putting them online as soon as I can. But it's frankly a slow going process, I'm going to be honest with you. And we've got a three-pronged approach. One is we work with vendors who for scalability and, not necessarily cost, but for speed and scalability are really great with collections that aren't particularly fragile. So, and some of this is going to be nerd central, but I mean, we've got the largest newspaper database of Japanese newspapers published by the Japanese Empire around the world for free online because we got $1 million and a vendor did it. And we're doing the same thing with Russian language newspapers published around the world during the period of empire outside of Russia because a scholar wanted to support that. And newspapers are easily accessible for scanning. The collections we have here are full of odd-shaped, crazy material like letters and journals and photographs, and so it just takes longer for us to do a good job in the basement of the Schultz building to make it available. My goal is everything that we digitize should be online if we can under copyright, but it's not a perfect solution. One more question in the back, I see. Bob?
Eric, I see you have the 1,500 episode show from William F. Buckley, and that unlike the Trotsky papers, Harvard didn't outbid you on that.
Correct.
And that's perhaps because Mr. Buckley's most famous quote is, "I'd rather that the U.S. government be entrusted to the first 400 names in the Boston phone book than to the faculty of Harvard University."
I gotta say, I love that my presentation elicited 2 William F. Buckley jokes. That's fantastic. I think with that we can close, and anyone questions, I'll just wait up here. Thank you so much. Oh, Chris is gonna close for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. That was just fantastic. I'm struck by something. Eric has been with us for 10 years at Hoover. I was actually on the committee that hired him. I was part of it. I recall during the interviews, we all thought Eric was brilliant. We all thought he'd be great at this, except he just came across as a little bit low energy. I don't know whether it's the magic of caffeine or what, but what you saw before you today and what we've experienced the last 10 years is certainly very, very, very energetic leadership in the library and archives. Thank you very much, Eric. We will now have a break. It's a little bit longer than we intended, but it's good. You'll get to go till 2:45, so you can become as caffeinated as Eric. And we will welcome you back for a very exciting presentation at that point. It will be Ben Ginsberg, the elections expert, a brilliant attorney, and the title of his talk is Crystal Balling the 2024 Election, 1 year out. So you'll want to be back for that. 2:45 sharp. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. We are ready to begin.
Okay, folks, if we could take our seats, turn off our phones, shut the doors. And I will introduce our next speaker, if you could take your seats. Okay, it says Eric Wakin returns to the podium. Here I am. Ben Ginsberg is our next speaker. It's my great pleasure to introduce Ben. He's the Volcker Distinguished Visiting Fellow at the Hoover Institution and a world-renowned political law advocate. In his career, Ben has represented political parties, candidates, and corporations across a variety of election law and regulatory issues, including voting issues in elections, federal and state campaign finance laws, recounts and contests, government investigations, election administration, and redistricting. Ben has also served as co-chair of the Bipartisan Presidential Commission on Election Administration, which produced a much-lauded report on best practices and recommendations for state and local officials to make U.S. elections run better. Most importantly, he has a vast store of knowledge about how America and elections work, and he's going to share his knowledge with us. Please give a warm Hoover welcome to Ben Ginsberg.
Why, thank you. Well, Eric, thank you for that gracious introduction, and great to be with all of you today. I know you've had a bountiful feast of substantive topics over the last few days. We're going to talk about politics, so this is kind of dessert. And while I think of dessert as a guilty pleasure, we may only get halfway there. We'll get the guilty. The pleasure part is really sort of up to all of you. So the perspective I'd like to give you today is basically what I've done over the last 40 years, which is represent campaigns in party committees on the Republican side. But this is going to be a talk about the way sort of campaigns and people involved in politics will analyze where we are and where we're going. Title of the talk is Crystal Balling, which means we're going to do a little looking into the future over the next 388 days or so. But to do that, we have to do it under the guidance of that great political philosopher, Yogi Berra, who reminds us that the future ain't what it used to be. And that is certainly true when we're talking about the volatile world of politics. Now, everyone kind of involved in politics recognizes that the temperature of the body politic is a little bit feverish these days. And there are some reasons for that to remember as we talk about the political scene. You had a government shutdown that was barely averted. We've got war in the Mideast. There's dysfunction in the House of Representatives since we don't have a speaker at the moment, and the people who are trying to get it are not really close to getting there. There's a huge amount of uncertainty. There was just a second vote for speaker. Steve Scalise dropped out. Jim Jordan, who came in second, ran. He only got 155 votes of the 217 he'll need. A representative from Georgia named Austin Scott, who many of you may not be familiar with, got 55 votes. So we're not quite on the doorstep of a solution at the moment, which plays into all we're going to be talking about. You've got historically low approval ratings for a president seeking re-election right now. You've got multiple criminal and civil trials for his opponent in the general election. You've got increasingly sort of violent rhetoric from the Republican frontrunner. You've got a sitting president's son who's just pleaded guilty to tax charges and to gun charges with possible tax charges on the way. And you've got an indictment of a sitting senator from New Jersey. So, as we enter the presidential sweepstakes, here's what we got to lead us out of this morass. There is your oh, honestly, it's not a good sign you're laughing. So that's what we got. Look, the reality is not much has changed in the dynamics of this field since all of the candidates launched their bids. Donald Trump has always been the sort of overwhelming favorite. There's been a little jockeying amongst the people who are 40 or so points behind him in the national polls. Nikki Haley is rising a bit. Ron DeSantis is hitting some speed bumps. A number of folks are very excited about Glenn Youngkin, the Virginia governor, who said he may jump in after the November 7th elections. Look, he's going to miss 2 filing deadlines in New Hampshire and Nevada, 2 of the first 4 states, if he waits that long. There are some systemic problems, and so this kind of looks like the field. Joe Biden's got no opposition. I know there is a great deal of mystical thinking that he may not be the Democratic nominee, but that'll be self-selection by him. There's no way that the party apparatus is going to do anything about it. And then over there, you've got the 3 independent candidates or third-party candidates. But look, that doesn't usually work out well for third-party candidates. It is an unusual year. It's important to remember that nothing's impossible, but third-party movements have never historically been successful, except potentially in being spoilers. Those of us who worked on the George Bush 2000 campaign do know that there was something of an impact by a third-party candidate in Palm Beach County, Florida. So it's not impossible that it happened. It just doesn't happen terribly often, and an awful lot of moving parts have to align in the right way. Foreign policy, especially in the last few days, is becoming a possibility of being a greater and greater influence on the field. And so who exactly would that help? Well, you know, Donald Trump supporters say none of this stuff happened when Donald Trump was president. Maybe we need him back. Joe Biden supporters say, look at his extremely strong speech from Wednesday. Those two have sat in the chair and so have an advantage. Nikki Haley has been unusually articulate about foreign policy, and so she may get a slight bump out of this. Mike Pence sat in the vice president's chair, and so that may be a credential boost if, in fact, foreign policy becomes unusual. But nothing is impossible, remember. But this looks like your likely presidential field. But nothing is impossible, and things that look inevitable 12 months out from an election don't always come to pass, right? think back on the nothing is impossible theme. In June of 2015, how many people in their heart of hearts saw Donald Trump coming down the golden escalator and said, that's the next president of the United States? How many people would have thought that the House of Representatives would be without a speaker at a time of such turmoil in the country? Nothing is impossible. I mean, honestly, as I was sort of a young man and looking at politics, I never thought that when I hit the ripe old age of 72, I would be younger than both major party candidates. So, let's stipulate that nothing is impossible, but that this looks a little bit inevitable. Donald Trump right now has an historically large lead for a Republican presidential candidate. One thing to notice about his campaign is that it is much more professional than it was in either 2016, when it was basically 5 guys on a pirate ship flying around the country, or in 2020, when he obviously lost and there was constant intrigue and infighting, and that is not part of the Trump campaign this time. And also, to sort of emphasize that professionalism, and we'll talk about this in a moment, Donald Trump alone in the field knew enough to get involved and to turn the state delegate selection process to his benefit, which is why I think absent an actuarial event of some sort, to put it kindly, this is what you're going to get for your presidential field. Now, are we ready for this? The sequel, Trump versus Biden. And things may feel a little bit precarious because no matter where you stand on the political spectrum, this is a unique election in American history for a number of reasons. Not only is it the oldest 2 candidates in history running for president, not since good old Grover Cleveland in 1892 has a former president been on the ballot seeking election. This is the first time a major party candidate has been under indictment, let alone 4 times. The indictments come from his political opponents, 2 from his opponent's Justice Department, 2 from partisanly elected district attorneys on the local level. You have a major party candidate saying elections are rigged. We'll talk a lot more about that and what it can do to the fabric of the country and public trust in the country, and it's something we're working on hard at Hoover to try and come up with solutions to try and ameliorate that really dangerous situation that we're in. 30% of the people deny the accuracy of elections. That's a real sort of lack of faith in a fundamental American institution that is worrisome on a large level. And it comes at a time when the country is really polarized. We've been polarized before, the Vietnam War, the riots in the 60s. It's not unprecedented that we're polarized, but this is taking on sort of a new framework that needs to be explored. So, how enthusiastic are the voters about their choices? Not so much. Only 27% want Joe Biden to run. A slightly higher number, 34% want Donald Trump to run. But it's not clear how this changes in the next 12 months with, again, the caveat that nothing is impossible and Yogi knows about dealing with the future. So why is it like this? Well, both candidates have some essential, serious problems. And let's just focus on one for each to give you an idea of what's likely to come up. The Donald Trump legal entanglements how serious are they, is really going to affect things. What are they going to be? What's the conversation going to be like during the campaign? And what will the court decisions be during the time that voters are still deciding? And these are very different cases with different potential impacts. The ongoing New York Attorney General's case against his business empire can take away his ability to do business in New York State, which would be a serious blow to him. Now, if nothing else happens, and whatever occurs in the trial, and the judge has already made a liability ruling, so it cannot be good news for him. But the main impact of this, I think, is going to be how it affects his mental psyche, right? If your business was about to be taken away in a court proceeding, you might be lashing out somewhat irrationally just to relieve the tension. So watch the rhetoric in the campaign as a result of that case. On October 23rd, the Fulton County District Attorney begins trying two indicted co-conspirators with Donald Trump in a case. Not clear when Donald Trump's case is going to be, but this will be, the evidence as it's presented against Sidney Powell and Kenneth Chesebro is going to have an impact on Donald Trump and what's being said about him as we move along. January 15th is the scheduled start of the second defamation case of E. Jean Carroll. Trump has already been found liable once. This one's probably baked into the cake, honestly, so it's not going to be a good headline, but not clear that it will have great ramifications among the Republican primary electorate. March 4th is the Jack Smith federal criminal trial in Washington. That is a very serious case, but it is also likely to be a very complicated case, and the date that it starts is important. Any conviction in that case, and it'll be probably a 2-month trial, will end up being appealed. So there will not, I think in all likelihood, be a final determination of that case while voters are still voting. It is a federal case. If Donald Trump wins, he will probably try and pardon himself from that case. There'll be a really interesting legal battle over whether a president has the authority to pardon himself. But that will be, you'll not be surprised to hear, a case of first impression. And so it'll be a little unclear how that turns out. March 25th is the start of the Stormy Daniels trial in New York on the bookkeeping and payments to her. That is not a well-pleaded complaint by the district attorney. I'm not sure what will happen as a final disposition, but it's not something that I think is, again, going to have an effect on the Republican primary electorate. And then May 20th is perhaps the legally soundest case against him, which is the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. But it is before a judge who has already made some preliminary rulings that were very favorable to former President Trump. His lawyers have now asked for a continuation of that case till after the November election. If I were a betting man, I would bet that's granted and that trial does not really kick off before November of 2024. And again, if he wins, it is a pardonable case. So, you think you're overscheduled in 2024? This runs against the primary calendar, when voters will actually be voting. And again, on the legal merits of the cases, it's not at all clear that there will be anything that will impact voters during that period, but primary voters in that period, but there's going to be an awful lot of talk on legal cases during that. Now, some things to recognize about the Republican primary, where I mentioned Donald Trump did a vastly superior job of taking care of the delegate selection rules. He is the front runner. When you are running a front runner's campaign, you want as many delegates collected and selected quickly as possible. You don't want to give a challenger candidate the opportunity to gain momentum and build up a campaign. So the Trump forces have actually done a masterful job of that. He is the front runner by a good 40% in the national polls, by a large amount in the individual state polls. In 2016, 728 delegates were selected at the end of Super Tuesday. With Trump's machinations, that number has gone up to 1,202. So that is a front runner taking advantage of his position as a front runner to seed the rules, while frankly, his primary opponents were not involved in talking to state parties and getting the rules changed. And on top of that, he succeeded in raising the threshold that candidates had to get of a vote to get any candidates, a technical matter, but a real advantage for a front-running candidate. So that's how I conclude that Donald Trump is in pretty good shape with his problems. And the real question will be, being in good shape in the primary, how that translates into being in good shape for the general. Joe Biden has got some issues as well. Look, there's the age issue that you read a lot about. That kind of is what it is. These are his issue approval numbers. And if you'll notice, there is not one of those key issues in the country in which he is not underwater, in which his approval rating is higher than his disapproval rating, does not happen on any one issue. That is flashing red lights for a front runner. What I think is fair to say about this general election is that each candidate drew the only opponent he could beat. So, where are we in the general election as of now? It's very, very close. It's within a point or two either way. If you all are addicted to following polls or want to follow polls, there are a number of sites to go to. This is the Real Clear Politics poll of polls that tells you all the individual polls that are being taken. You can check on them. I don't recommend doing it more than the half dozen times a day that I check it, but a site called 538 has an excellent collection of polls, 270 to win, and the CNN poll of polls are very good. But for the time being, the national polls are all very close. But hey, here's the key to realizing what campaigns are like. It's a national election, but it's not a national election. And so campaigns themselves will look at sort of two ways to go about getting voters. One is a base turnout election. In other words, do you try and increase the percentage turnout of your base voters? Donald Trump and the rhetoric that's coming out of him and the other candidates in the Republican primary is a prime example of the rhetoric that you use to turn out your base. The problem with that is that in the US, as we are today, we have 42 states that neither of the presidential campaigns is likely to contest, and 8 states that are swing states, and really 4 that are prime swing states, and maybe another 4. So that means the actual margin of victory is likely to be really, really narrow and really, really localized. To give you an idea of what I mean about that, the base, there are 222 electoral votes for Republicans that are unlikely to be challenged by the Democrats, and there are 219 electoral votes for the Democrats that the Republicans are unlikely to challenge. So that while the rhetoric to become a primary winner is one thing, how does that impact the places where the election is actually going to be decided? So take a look up there at the margins in the 4 states that are the prime turnout states: Arizona, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. They are very, very narrow margins in the 2020 election. They could have gone either way. Michigan, Nevada, New Hampshire, and North Carolina are sort of the second tier, but also possible that they would be challengeable states. So it's going to be a base turnout election in 42 states, but it's going to go for swing voters, I think, in the other 8. And so as you listen to the rhetoric, see the arguments, look at the issues that come to the fore, pay attention to how people in those swing states are getting the information and processing the information as well. It's also, of course, a year in which control of the House and the Senate is going to be up. And we'll come back to those swing voters in particular and who they are in a second. But look at how important they're also going to be in the U.S. Senate and the U.S. House. In the Senate, it's now 51 Democrats, 49 Republicans, so obviously very, very close. It's a map that very much favors the Republicans, that Republicans are defending 11 seats, Democrats are defending 23. Honestly, the Democrats' top target states are Ted Cruz in Texas and Rick Scott in Florida. And, you know, that's the best the Democrats can do in terms of saying we got a chance to flip a seat. Pretty tough road to hoe. Of the 8 states that are on the Democratic watch, 5 of them are the same as the presidential battleground states. And so that's why I say it's going to be really, really important in a few states and a few people. In looking at the Senate races, something that will impact it are Republican contested primaries. There are certainly instances of where Republicans have won candidates who could win primaries but not general elections. Here are the states and the particular races that are of most concern to the Republicans about getting sort of broad-based candidates involved. The ones in red have been endorsed by the Republican Senatorial Committee. There are MAGA and Trump-endorsed candidates running against them in those states. 2 states to pinpoint. Ohio is kind of a grand cluster of a Republican primary with 3 viable candidates, 2 of them self-funders, one the sitting Secretary of State, who is the face of the anti-abortion vote that just took place there. So it's a volatile state. I don't know if any of you are from Arizona. You're going to be watching a lot of TV ads. If you are, the Republican primary features a 3-way race of not mainstream candidates, but the general election is a 3-way race that will entertain all political junkies for a long time. Kari Lake, who you may remember as one of the prime election deniers, Kirsten Sinema running as an independent, which is really interesting when you think on third-party candidates' impact on elections, and Ruben Gallego, a very good mainstream Democratic member of Congress. So what's happening in the House? Well, we've also obviously got a very tight House of Representatives. You know, there are 435 seats, but we are such a polarized country, to go back to that theme, that there are only 46 competitive seats in the country. I'm basing this on the Cook Political Report, if you want a publication that does a great job of analyzing House races, but only 46. And what's important is that 39 of those 46 are in the suburbs, and that is the area that is going to impact the U.S. Senate and certainly the presidential contest. Democrats are defending 24 of the 46. Republicans are defending the other 22. What's really important to remember in looking at the balance of the House is that 5 Democrats are sitting in seats won by Donald Trump, so are pretty vulnerable. But 18 seats are held by Republicans, but Biden won their districts. And so that makes it a tougher hold for Republicans. 6 of those seats are in New York State. 5 of them are in California. What is true about both California and New York is that they become even more polarized in presidential election years, and turnout goes way, way up. So that's a sort of a flashing red warning signal. The fickle hand of redistricting will also play a role in some new maps in a number of states. new majorities on state Supreme Courts impacts that as well. So, take a step back. As sort of a fundamental matter, this should be a really good year for the Republican Party. This is the chart that talks about who do you trust more to handle the economy, traditionally the bellwether issue. Republicans' ability to handle the economy is going up, Democrats going down. It's much more of a spread. The second point that should make it a good Republican year is what I mentioned before about the Biden job approval. 41 approve, 54 don't approve. Those are historic low marks for a sitting president. There's just a little trend line to show you how far apart it's been. Look, the real question for Republicans is reversing a trend of the last 10 years. 2014 was the Obama second midterm election, one that you expect the party holding the White House to suffer some defeats. And indeed they did. Republicans took over the Senate with a healthy majority, took over the House with an even healthier, almost historic majority. In 2016, Donald Trump was elected. Republicans lost a couple of Senate seats, but still had a strong majority, and lost a few House seats, but also still a strong majority. 2008, which was Trump's midterm year in the White House, and also the same Senate map as we have this year. So Democrats are defending far more seats than Republicans. And in that year, Republicans kept their 52 seats, but got walloped in the House of Representatives. So the Trump midterm was, all in all, not a particularly good year for Republicans. 2020, with Trump on the ticket, Democrats recaptured the White House. Republicans lost a couple of Senate seats and lost the majority in the House. The Senate was controlled by Democrats also because of the vice president. 2022, Biden's midterm, supposed to be the red wave election. There was an awful lot about abortion, and there was an awful lot about Trump rhetoric, and under any definition, it was a disappointing year for Republicans. They lost the Senate in a midterm election they should have won, and did not pick up nearly enough House seats to be sort of a viable majority, as the current situation in the House kind of demonstrates. That led to a wave of stories about the red wave that didn't happen, and how things didn't go so well. So what we come down to now is who are the voters that are going to affect this election. And it really is all about voters who abandoned in one form or another the Republican Party in 2018, 2020, and 2022, and capturing them back is the key to whether Republicans do well or Democrats do well. These numbers tell the story that illustrates this. The Trump losing margin is on the left. It's narrow, very narrow, historically narrow in those four key states. And the other number is how much better Joe Biden did in 2020 than Hillary Clinton did in 2016. And again, those are the key voters to winning this election. This is all going to take place with the country in international turmoil. A government shutdown is threatened in 6 weeks. Republicans, despite being the majority in the House, have been unable to elect a speaker. And so what you need to answer is, what are they talking about amongst the key swing voters in those 4 states and maybe 8 states? So a year from now is the conversation about the economy and how's the economy doing. Is it crime, immigration, education, candidates' ages? Those are issues that will probably work to the Republicans' advantage. Or are we talking about abortion? Again, abortion played a real impact in the 2022 elections after the Supreme Court decision. As you know, the abortion pill decision is likely to be before the Supreme Court and to drop at some point that can impact this election. How's Donald Trump going to react in the court cases? And how's that going to impact people in the suburbs who really are the keys to these elections? Election denial is certainly part of it. The polls show that Republicans do not want to talk about the past. They want to talk about the future. It's certainly true of Democrats, and it's certainly true of swing voters. So it is how the issue matrix is going to impact maybe 200,000 voters in suburban areas around the country. And here's a graph to show you the potency of this, courtesy of our friends at YouGov and Dave Brady, who wants no credit, and Doug Rivers. So in a trial heat, it's very even. Once you filter that for voters in the suburbs, then it becomes a Biden 6-point lead. And then if you factor in suburban moderates into that screen, the lead widens even more. So that's what I say to figure out what's going to happen in this election, which you should be watching for as you analyze these races, is how the issue matrix and the rhetoric is impacting people that used to be called moderate Republicans and may not self-identify that way now, but are capable of being brought back to the Republican fold or to vote for Democrats, as they've shown. So that's a look and a little bit of a preview for the election. But I want to try and put the election in a larger context, which is concern for the institution of elections. In public polling right now, 30 to 35% of the country does not believe in the reliability of elections. That is a serious problem, not only right now for one political party, but actually for both political parties, right? Republicans are on the offensive talking about elections being rigged and fraudulent. That's been former President Trump's rhetoric throughout this. It's part of what many Republicans are saying. Majority of the House Republicans filed a brief challenging the seating of the electors in 2020. It is a phenomenon that is part of the discussion. And it's Republicans who are on the offensive now. But just the mind experiment to do is what happens if Donald Trump runs and wins? How will Democrats react to that after all this talk about elections being not reliable? And so it is actually a bipartisan problem and a problem for the country. And it's one of those things that can impact the peaceful transfer of power that underlies everything that we do. So through the Center for Revitalizing American Institutions, Hoover is doing a lot of work in this area that's really forward-looking, aiming to do analysis, combining both research and political practicalities. It's important to look at the myths of elections, and there are great scholars taking a look at some of the underlying myths behind elections. Do high turnout elections help Republicans or Democrats? Is fraud and suppression, which is talked about so frequently by both parties, real? Is there evidence to back that up? Or is it just a rhetorical barrage that reduces confidence in elections? We look at the election process itself, the mechanics of how to improve it. We do a lot of work with local and state election officials who are actually the bulwark of that. There'll be a conference here in January about how to validate the different parts of the election. When election denialists say elections don't work, there are always safeguards in the process, but dealing with the charges becomes a game of whack-a-mole. And so this is an attempt for the first time to have a comprehensive look at all the safeguards in the election system to refute the fundamental notion that elections are accurate. There are great scholars here who are working on various aspects of this and writing about it, who it's a pleasure to work with. But under Dr. Rice's leadership, it is a really forward-looking and important project in terms of fixing what is a fundamental problem potentially in the country. So let me close with kind of a plea for what you can do to help make this situation better. And this is, we are all citizens. Civic engagement and civic education are really important components to restoring faith in this American institution. And really the answers to this are very, very local. The national atmosphere is, you've seen in the presidential races, somewhat poisonous these days. And in fact, that's different from the way local communities react to this. Local communities take pride in their individual institutions. They take pride in having an educated citizenry. And there are lots of ways to get engaged, both working in elections, helping out with civic education, and bolstering the local election officials who really are the key to making sure that people have faith in the outcome of elections. So I think there are opportunities galore, and it's really important to be involved with that. So thank you very much for listening to that. And sometimes people have questions and comments about elections, so. Yes, ma'am.
So if a candidate, not named, is convicted of a felony either in a state court or a federal court, what is the law regarding whether that person can run for president?
There is no law that would stop him from running for president or serving as president. There would have to be an impeachment proceeding, but there is no law that would stop him from being on the ballot. But it's also, I think, highly unlikely that any of that will happen before November 7th, 2024. Yes?
Ben, thanks for a wonderful analysis. I'm wondering if you could give us your assessment, both legal analysis and political analysis, of the efforts by Democrats, the Third Way, the Lincoln Project, Dick Gephardt, Mark Elias, to block access to the ballot on the part of No Labels.
Interesting question. So it shows that there is obviously a great concern about the impact of third parties, which is the way campaigns will always react at times like this. I mean, there are states where ballot petition challenges are sort of a staple of life. So there are provisions in all the laws that do allow challenges, and they are taking advantage of the provisions in the law to do that. Look, in a really tight election, if you're running a campaign or care about a candidate, and you look at that map, you see a really close election coming. So there is at least a possibility that a third-party group can impact that. So as a campaign person, you would be nuts not to take advantage of the provisions allowable to you in law to stop that third-party candidate from coming, from getting on a ballot. It's also true that what is the game plan of the third-party candidates, right? What could they possibly do? They're not going to elect somebody to the office. So you have to think that, unless it's a really, really tight election in one of those 8 states, the real play may be to stop either candidate from getting a majority in the Electoral College, which is not inconceivable under the map here. And so if you were No Labels particularly, you might go into a couple of congressional districts in the two states that allow elections. So Maine has a very purpley congressional district, and Nebraska has a very purpley congressional district. And so you would try as a third-party group to win one of those congressional districts, throw it to the House of Representatives, make arguments that nobody likes your real candidates, and let the procedures of the House of Representatives in the event of nobody getting a majority in the Electoral College to kind of play out for a third-party candidate. It is, I used to say it was a triple bank shot. I think it's more like a sextet bank shot. But it is also a very effective money-raising play. So stay tuned. Yes?
Ben, thank you for your analysis. Given the age of the potential candidates, have you done any research into the impact of a vice presidential candidate on these outcomes?
Well, if there is an actuarial event and neither Trump or Biden are the candidates, it doesn't automatically become the vice president who steps in. At that point, there's a vacancy, and both the rules of the Republican Party and the Democratic Party let the conventions actually pick. But if you're saying if either one of them got elected to office, and so what was the popularity of the vice president at that point? So I've not seen polling for that to determine it. Now, was the question different from that? We'll talk later. Yes, sir.
Thank you. We get pretty lonely in the back here.
Well, it's hard to see with the light.
Yeah, I know it is. And we're also kind of hiding. So my question relates to the House of Representatives, which is a terrible embarrassment right now. Hakeem Jeffries has said that the Democrats would be open to some kind of bipartisan solution. Is there any prospect that someone could get a batch of moderate Republicans and moderate Democrats and split up the House committee chairs and move forward?
That falls under the nothing is impossible category. So yeah, look, I mean, the Jim Jordan election today, right, they disposed of Steve Scalise. Jordan is still hopelessly shy of being able to put something together. You know, who goes up next to not get a majority of the Republican votes? Patrick McHenry maybe is a compromise candidate. There are a couple others who could be. But I think the answer to that is that it will take an embarrassingly long time to get to the point where Republicans throw up their hands and say we can't come to an agreement. So if the stalemate continues, the answer is, yeah, it's always possible. And there are enough moderate Republicans left in the House who could throw their weight around and meet up with all the Democrats. So the longer the inability to select a speaker goes on, that becomes a possibility. Although I still think it is more likely that another Republican who, you know, they find from somewhere in the back benches manages to cobble together the majority. Yes?
Can you give us a little bit more detail talking about a candidate coming into the race in November? It sounds like there are 2 filing deadlines they've met, but assuming that candidate had sufficient startup capital to get going, what would be the hurdles for someone entering the race in November?
Well, the hurdles are missing a number of filing deadlines, so you're not physically on the ballot. The other hurdles are sort of really more of how you run a campaign traditionally, how you get enough money. The campaign itself can only take $2,900 in contributions, so it'd have to be a super PAC that basically came in and ran the campaign. Getting on ballots in about 35 states is pretty easy and automatic, but those last 15 really involve signatures that are very, very time consuming, very, very expensive, and generally hard to do. The campaigns who have been involved are already geared up and collecting their signatures in those states. You have to have a staff in place to be able to influence the campaigns, and you need a theory of the case about why you're the best person as opposed to all the other ones who have been in the race. You're going to have a problem qualifying for the debates because the debate criteria are a lot of individual donors to the campaigns, not the total amount of dollars that you have. And you have to be high enough in a number of polls to do it. So even if a candidate was to announce, say November 8th, he or she would be unlikely to qualify for the November and maybe the December debates, which is what I think they would have to do to get an element of credibility. And those candidates' appearance on a debate stage, even if they manage to qualify, are not going to be treated warmly by the 7 other souls who have been working their hearts out for a much longer period of time. And then you've got the Trump rhetoric that's going to rain down on the person. Campaigns do oppo research, so even people who seem fairly Snow White at this point can get roughed up pretty quick. So I think there are barriers to entry this late in a race like this. Yes?
Is there, is there any reason to think that the result of polls might be somewhat suspect with regard to whether one suggests they would vote for Biden or Trump? Is it possible that those who are supporting Trump might be more reluctant to answer a poll than those who are supporting Biden? There was some talk about that in the 2016 election when it was Clinton versus Trump, and possibly that was the source of a lot of the surprise that happened in the election itself. So what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think polling is more an art than a science in many ways. What I think the greater problem with the polls is that they take a sample, and Dr. Brady will correct me if I'm wrong here, will take a sample of voters and then pollsters weight those samples so that they match what the pollster believes is what the electorate will look like. So there is some sauce made in those. And that doesn't always turn out to be the makeup of the electorate. So I think in 2016, pollsters missed the makeup of the electorate more than asking the who you're going to vote for question. They undervalued the number of Trump voters who would turn out. And that's why it's pretty difficult. The other thing about the polls now, I should say, is that they are national polls. And if you have a national poll, that means it is generally weighted by the number of people in the state. California, New York, Texas, Illinois are not battleground states, but they are heavily weighted in national polls. So that the real polls to look at will be the one in individual states when they start coming out. Yes.
Curious about your thoughts on the 14th Amendment things that are going on right now.
You all know about the 14th Amendment. It's the one that says someone guilty of an insurrection can't serve as president of the United States. So this is purely my own personal take on it. I think the legal scholarship is brilliant and accurate, and somebody who is guilty of insurrection is probably barred from serving as president of the United States. To me, the problem with the analysis is nobody but his political enemies have found him guilty of insurrection. So no court found it, The Senate of the United States didn't say he was guilty of insurrection or responsible for insurrection in the impeachment. Jack Smith, who's the special counsel, who has seen more evidence than anyone about it, has not charged him with insurrection. And in fact, hasn't charged any of the nearly 1,000 defendants that they've prosecuted with insurrection. So that at this tenuous, polarized time, having a Democratic Secretary of State make that finding is, I think, really kind of perilous for the good of the country, because it'll just polarize things completely. So it will go up to the U.S. Supreme Court. And the U.S. Supreme Court certainly has the authority to find that in the way it's constituted. But I think, given the makeup of the court, it's highly unlikely that they're going to knock a candidate off the ballot, especially with the history of Supreme Court ballot access cases, which is generally biased to let candidates on the ballot so voters make the decision. Yes, sir.
Yes, late afternoon, 3 and 1. Bargain here. First, how did the Democrats become so smart as to avoid being labeled the red party? Number two, is DeSantis' campaign so far down that it's irretrievable? And number three, if Biden is nominated, would he have Kamala Harris be the vice president? And if he did, would that be fatal?
Well, let's see. I certainly can't answer the red branding issue, other than, branding is everything, I guess. So I'm not sure about that one. I think Joe Biden is going to have Kamala Harris as his vice president. Look, the history of elections is that people don't vote for vice presidents. This is a really unusual election, though, and you haven't had an 80-year-old candidate. So it will be interesting. I don't know the answer to the question, to be honest, but it will be interesting to see how Republicans try and make her an issue if they find that's helpful. But by the way, here's another fun mind experiment. Who's Donald Trump's vice president?
Nikki Haley.
After the things she said about him? It is an interesting problem, and I'm not sure that they will want to get into a battle of the acceptable vice presidents at the end of the day. And there was a second there. I missed the second one.
Is DeSantis recoverable?
Perhaps, but not easily, right? What's the spark that lets him make up 40 points? The Washington Post has a really interesting graphic today. If you want to look at it, the way it shows two things. One, every time Trump has been indicted, his numbers go up, and DeSantis' numbers go down. It's a startling graphic. Yes.
On the ballot access question, if somebody gets in late, he would probably replace people who had dropped out. Wouldn't the committee of vacancies put that person on to make sure he gets on the ballot in all the early states?
Well, it depends on the state and the state law. But when I mentioned New Hampshire and Nevada as their ballot deadlines being prior to November 8th, there's no recourse for that. I mean, there is no committee of vacancies. And in fact, there is a statute that says, here's the filing deadline for candidates. And I don't know of a case where, in a contested primary situation, a state has waived its law to do that. And ballot access is a state-by-state question. It's not a Republican National Committee decision. It's not. Not for a primary election, no. The only replacement that happens is if a nominated candidate is incapacitated. And then there are procedures for the general election for the party committees to name somebody. But no, it's not like there's a number of slots and you can sub in. Yes, sir.
When Georgia passed a voter ID law, and the prediction was it was going to reduce the black turnout was an all-time high. Do you have an explanation of why the Democrats in general are against voter ID, which seems to make enormous great sense to require it? If you have to get on an airplane with it and everything, you ought to be able to vote with it.
Get a library book for that matter. So of all the things that there is general polling for, voter ID is extremely popular among both Republicans and Democrats. The Democrats who challenge voter ID say that it somehow suppresses turnout. That has been shown by many studies, including a really excellent one by Justin Grimmer here at Stanford, that shows that that's not true, and in fact, these laws generally have no impact. It is a larger problem in that there's a dichotomy. Republicans always see fraud, Democrats always see suppression. When you break down the data, and this is one of the projects of the Center for Revitalizing American Institutions, when you break down the allegations of fraud or the allegations of suppression, there's not much there. There just is not much there, right? All the fraud charges that Trump made he didn't win any court cases over it. When Democrats cry suppression, the evidence turns out not to be very, very strong. But fraud and suppression is worked into both parties' turnout models. Republicans have decided that they can turn out more voters by, you got to go out and vote because they're going to cheat, and so we need all the votes we can have. Democrats turn out voters by saying there's voter suppression, it's really important, you come out. It's a poisonous argument back and forth. But it generates turnout in the party's minds, makes a lot of money for consultants. If you explode that myth, in fact, there's much less polarizing rhetoric in elections. People are not challenging the reliability of elections in the same way. And it's voter ID plays into that. Yes, sir.
So the Don has a good solid 40% of the Republicans. Would you make an analysis of those 40%? Who are those people that?
They're your friends and neighbors.
Who they are.
So you ask a really interesting question. We're at a transitional time in this country over the bases of both political parties, who are the core supporters of Republicans and who are Democrats. And it's very much a Donald Trump phenomenon since he came on the scene. There are a number of political scientists and political consultants who now say the great divide in the country is education. That back when I was doing Romney and Bush campaigns, college-educated voters were the best Republican voters, and the blue-collar voters were the solid Democratic voters that we had to make inroads with. Donald Trump's campaign is very much based on sort of non-college educated voters. And college-educated voters are shifting over to the Democratic Party. That's part of the reason that I keep talking about the people in the suburbs being the swing voters, because the transition isn't quite complete yet. And so the makeup of the party has changed. So Trump, to me, is very much sort of a populist movement, which is not the traditional Republican base. It's why you see less aid for Ukraine, differences on labor laws, Trump talking about electric vehicles being, the ruination of union jobs. I mean, there are a lot of untraditional Republican issues that have been, or Republican positions that have been taken up. And it's because of that changing base. So Trump supporters tend to be non-college educated, lower middle income folks. And that's what's changed and why you're asking. That's a broad generalization, but I think that's the top line. What? Hello.
Hello, thank you very much. You have not mentioned the impact of the border. And it has been discussed that if the Democrats really do Biden, he is going to make certain that a percentage of border openings across are going to be made citizens. What have you heard?
Well, if he were to make everyone citizens, that would have a huge effect. But, you know, it's kind of interesting in the last 2 weeks the way Biden has changed his position on the border and on immigration. And so, frankly, I didn't mention it because I'm not sure where it's coming out. It is obviously an issue of great importance to the American people. It is a situation that's not tolerable. But it isn't clear how it plays out in the polls. It's not a huge poll driver, interestingly enough, in many states. It tends to be on states with southern borders, but not other ones. So I think that Democrats are evolving on the issue, right? The brilliance of Governor Abbott and Governor DeSantis in sending immigrants up to sanctuary cities in the north has refocused the issue, so that I think the positions of the parties are in a little bit of flux, or the position of the Democratic Party is in flux. Republican position is pretty rock solid. We have time for one more?
Very quick question. Do you think there will be a Biden-Trump debate?
The answer to that is no, and I'll tell you why. As somebody has done campaigns, there is a mutual dislike among Republicans and Democrats for the Commission on Presidential Debates. There was an Annenberg study committee of which I was a part in 2015 with people across the political spectrum who had done debates before and had to deal with the Commission on Presidential Debates. That included Anita Dudd and Ron Klain on the Democratic side. There was an effort in 2020 to get a new third-party group to do it, or at least to blow up the commission. And actually, the simplest, most elegant way to do that is to have both campaigns co-sponsor the debates, right? Get rid of the media moderators, get rid of the beer tent that's an integral part of presidential debates because you have corporate sponsorships, and just let the campaigns do it. And that was the recommendation to that commission that Anita Dudd and Ron Klain, Biden's top people, signed off on. So they were approached about doing a debate, and they said, we can't do that, great idea, but we can't do it because we don't trust Donald Trump. And so we need an intermediary group to do it. And, you know, you saw the two debates, not the third debate, but the two debates that they had. They were, to put it gently, probably not real enlightening to the American public. And so I think it is unlikely that you would see Trump and Biden on a debate stage. Maybe once if the pressure got too much with just rules coming out that were stifling. Sorry, it will not be part of your fall entertainment. Thank you.
That was fantastic. Thank you. Folks, we will now take an extended break. We're going to reconvene in Fairweather Courtyard at 5:15 p.m. for the reception. Given how slow the bartenders were, you might want to get there early, though. And then 6 o'clock, we'll proceed to a live taping of Goodfellas featuring John Cochran, H.R. McMaster, and Neil Ferguson, and hosted by Bill Whalen in the room next door. So thank you. See you at 5:15.